Good evening. I call to order the regular meeting of the City Council, City of Lakewood, Colorado, on January 28th, 2019 at 7 p.m. in Council Chambers. Will the clerk please call the roll? Hi.
Hall.
Here.
Roybal.
Here.
Gutwein. Here. Skilling. LeBure.
Here.
Abel.
Here.
Vincent. Here. Beta.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Franks.
Here.
Harrison. Here. You have a quorum.
Great. Well, thank you all for taking the time to come out on this cold and wintry evening in Lakewood, Colorado. It still does snow, and I guess we will welcome that snow because we certainly need the moisture. I ask that if you have a cell phone, please put it on silence, and if you will, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silent prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Will the clerk please read item 4?
Item 4, presentation update on the Family Justice Center.
Chief McCaskey, we'll start with you, and it looks like you have some special guests.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and thank you for this opportunity to present to you tonight. We have a presentation from some distinguished guests. I wasn't expecting District Attorney Pete Weir here tonight, but he's joining us. Also have Candace Coolidge, Deputy District Attorney, who's spearheading this effort for a Family Justice Center, and then Ray Fleer, who's also been part of this, and Ray is a retired undersheriff from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. So we're excited. We have a good presentation for you tonight, and they're going to give you some updates on the Family Justice Center, and the Lakewood Police Department is very supportive of this Justice Center, and I think, as you know, we created a family crimes team, and that was as a result. We were given 2 additional detectives by City Council in one of our budget processes a few years ago because of the extensive crimes we're seeing against the elders, child abuse, sexual assault, and some of these things. So we restructured our investigation division and now have a family crimes team, and we plan on actually housing some of our detectives at the Justice Center. So with that, I will turn it over to District Attorney Pete Weir and let him get things started.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Chief McCaskey. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's really a privilege to be here this evening. I wanted to take just a moment, first of all, to acknowledge the leadership of Chief McCaskey and the Lakewood Police Department and the great work they do in all areas. It's a real pleasure for my office to work with the Lakewood Police Department and the outstanding professionals that are employed there. But it's particularly gratifying with the kind of commitment that Chief McCaskey and Anita Kester and the other leaders in the Lakewood Police Department have shown in support of the Family Justice Center. This project, I believe, is emblematic of what we stand for in Jefferson County. This is a strong collaboration of both private industry, nonprofits, and public entities, all with a common purpose, and that's to provide greater services to some of those that get swept into our criminal justice system, the survivors of domestic violence, elder abuse, sex assault. This is an exciting project, and as you'll hear from Candace, it's something that has proven to be extraordinarily successful throughout the country. And it's my firm belief that it's time for Jefferson County to follow the lead of so many communities across the nation that have proven that family justice centers are of tremendous assistance to those survivors and also assist in our prosecution of the perpetrators. It's one of the most exciting projects that we have in the District Attorney's Office, and I want to thank all of you for your support, and once again, I want to thank Chief McCaskey and the Lakewood Police Department for their leadership. But with that, Candace Coolidge has the details, and I think she's got a PowerPoint to share with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Coolidge, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief McCaskey and District Attorney Weir. Thank you. Thank you, Council, for allowing us to be here to talk to you about this very important project. I am honored to be able to be a part of this project. And in order to understand a little bit about what the project entails, it's helpful to understand what a victim in our current criminal justice system goes through. And so I want to talk a little bit about Jill. Jill is 36 years old. She has 3 kids. She's married. Her husband works for a moving company. She works for a hair salon. Her 3 kids are 12, 8, and 6. She comes home one evening. She's cooking dinner. And as she's cooking, her husband says things like, "You're cheating on me, aren't you? I know you're cheating on me." "No, I'm not cheating on you." "You're cheating on me." "No." He starts to drink. He's drinking alcohol, and he's getting a little bit more aggressive with his questioning. "I know you're cheating on me. I know you are." Next thing she knows, she's down on the ground. He's got her by the neck. He's strangling her. He's hitting her. The children are screaming. And next thing she knows, the police are in her house. Her child has called the police. Her child was trying to pull him off of their mom. He's taken away to jail. There's a patrol agent from the Lakewood Police Department in the house and talking to her about what happened. "Tell me what happened. I want to know what happened." Asking the children, "What happened? I need to know what happened." Of course, she's frazzled. She's thinking, yeah, what did happen? What just happened? And so many things are going through her mind at this point. How long is he going to be gone? What am I going to tell my job? What am I going to tell his job? What am I going to tell my parents? What am I going to tell his parents, our friends, our family, our kids? How am I going to pay the rent? How long is he going to be gone? All of these things are going through her mind. She's given a notice to appear in court for the very next day. And so she'll show up in court the very next day, and she'll meet with our district attorney handling the case. She'll meet with a victim advocate on the case, and she will have met with a victim advocate at Lakewood Police Department that evening as well. And so all these things are going through her mind. Keep hitting the wrong button. And so this is just a very typical domestic violence scenario that we see day in and day out at the district attorney's office. Sometimes we have Jill's participation in the criminal justice system, and sometimes we don't for very legitimate reasons. It could be a lot more dangerous for Jill to participate in the criminal justice system than for her to not participate. It could be threats to the children, threats that he'll take the children, threats of deportation. So many very legitimate reasons that we may not have participation of a victim in the criminal justice system. And so after this occurs, Jill is going to need many different resources in our community. And I have to say that Jefferson County has so many fantastic resources. We are fortunate that we have so many great resources, but access to and getting to those services becomes a challenge for someone like Jill. And so we're assuming she lives in Lakewood at this point. We're going to send her to St. Anthony Hospital. She's going to need to get checked out because remember, she was strangled. And what we're finding with strangulation these days is unfortunately, if somebody is not checked out after strangulation, we're seeing a lot more strokes that occur days and weeks after. Because what can happen is the carotid artery, there becomes a dissection and a clot, and then clot forms and it goes to the brain, and then the person has a stroke. Whereas if they were seen immediately at the hospital and a scan was done, that can be caught and that can be prevented. And so we are strongly encouraging our survivors to go to the hospital who are strangled. So from her home, and I'm assuming she lives in Lakewood, like I said, I've chosen the Green Gables apartment complex. We'll say she will travel 14.8 miles from there to get to St. Anthony Hospital and to get home. So she'll be in the car for 34 minutes. She may want a protection order. She may want to think about getting a protection order. And so if she does that, she'll go to the Jefferson County Courthouse. She'll need to go there 2 times. First to get a temporary protection order and then to make that temporary protection order permanent. And so she will have spent 76 minutes in the car for 2 trips, 38 minutes each time, or 58 total miles. Then she may want to talk to somebody at Jefferson Center for Mental Health about what happened and what am I going to do from here and what is my life going to look like. She may need someone that she wants to talk to. So we may refer her for mental health counseling. She'll travel 16.8 miles or 32 minutes. She'll go there, she'll fill out an application, she'll tell her story, as she will at every one of these places. She may need some financial assistance to pay the rent, to get some food, for diapers, for things that she may need. And so she'll go to Human Services, fill out an application, tell her story, travel 25 miles or 34 minutes. Then she may want to look at custody, divorce. What are these things going to look like? So she may want to talk to somebody about that. We'll send her to the Justice and Mercy Legal Aid Clinic. She'll travel 12 miles, 32 minutes. Additionally, we remember she met with a patrol agent at the Lakewood Police when they came to the home. She may need to follow up with a detective. A detective may want some more information on what happened, and so she'll schedule an appointment and she'll meet with a detective at the Lakewood Police Department, traveling 8.6 miles or 26 minutes. Then the district attorney will want to meet with her, and so she'll go to the district attorney's office, tell her story, travel 30.8 miles for 36 minutes. And additionally, remember, she had 3 children who witnessed this. And so her children will be interviewed at the Ralston House. Wonderful folks at the Ralston House do amazing work. And so she will travel 12.8 miles or 30 minutes to the Ralston House for those forensic interviews. And so to meet her needs, and these are just basic needs, and this is if she goes to these places one time, she will have traveled over 174 miles. By car, that's about 4.5 hours in the car. By bus, it would be 13 hours. And so keep in mind that this is travel time only. This is only the time that she's sitting in her car, getting from one place to another. This doesn't include the time that she's sitting at every one of these places, filling out her application, writing her basic demographic information, telling her story, waiting on the appointment. This is only travel time. And remember, she had a job, and so how much time can she take off? Is she going to be able to take all of this time off to get to all of these different appointments? And she has children, and so she needs childcare, or she's going to be taking her children to all of these different places. So the chances of Jill, I'm going to say, falling out of the system or continuing not moving forward with these critical steps become greater. And then what happens is if that happens and she isn't able to get the services and the help that she needs, a lot of times it's easier to go back to the abuser. That's just easier. And so that's what we see happen. And then the cycle continues and the cycle repeats itself. And so typically by the time this happens, law enforcement has completed an investigation, the abuser has been booked and jailed, has been supervised by pretrial services, or has been in the jail. The prosecutor has worked the case. The public defender has worked the case. There have been multiple court appearances in front of a judge. Crime lab has processed evidence. There's been a forensic medical exam, forensic interviews of the children. All of this has been done by the system, taxpayer-funded things that are done. And then the abuser may not be held accountable because of a victim not, unfortunately, having time to take off work. What is she going to do with her children? It becomes burdensome. And so the cycle repeats itself. Now, I could say the same thing for the victim of a sexual assault or the victim of an elder abuse situation or human trafficking or child abuse. Any of those different crimes, there are multiple resources, there's multiple things that are needed. And just some survivor input. We've done some focus groups with survivors to talk about the current system and to talk about what would it be like if we had a family justice center. We heard things like I was given a referral packet. I called 100 numbers and still ended up with nowhere to go, nowhere to be safe. I had no transportation due to my abuse. Getting all of the services in one place, trying to leave a dangerous relationship would be fantastic. And so a little bit about the children. 5 million children witness domestic violence each year in the United States. 40 million adult Americans grew up living with domestic violence. Children who experience domestic violence often meet the diagnostic criteria for those with PTSD, like a combat vet. Children in homes with violence are physically abused or seriously neglected at a rate of 1,500% higher than the national average. And those who grow up with domestic violence are 6 times more likely to commit suicide, 50% more likely to abuse drugs and alcohol. And unfortunately, the statistics show if you grow up with domestic violence, you're 74% more likely to commit a violent crime against someone else. And children who grew up in a domestic violence home are 3 times more likely to repeat the cycle in adulthood. And this we have to do something about this, right? This has been like this for a long time now. What can we do to stop this, to start with our children and to help the children? And so just have some numbers of cases. This is from 2017, and I can tell you that all of these numbers have increased in 2018. The number of cases that we have filed as a district attorney's office in Jefferson County. Now, the Family Justice Center is deemed a national best practice by the U.S. Department of Justice. There are currently about 130 family justice centers around the nation. We do have one in Colorado. It is the Rose Andom Center in Denver. Some statistics about what the impact family justice centers have. Alameda County in California opened their Family Justice Center in 2006. That year, 55% of their misdemeanor domestic violence cases were not charged because of lack of victim participation. In 2007, that number went to 36%. It decreased again and again to 19% after 3 years of the Family Justice Center being open. So they're able to hold offenders accountable at a greater rate. The domestic violence homicide rate goes down significantly when these centers open. In 2001, Alameda County had 30 domestic violence homicides. A year after their center opened, they had 7. New York City saw a decline of 51% citywide, and San Diego saw a decline of 50%. In Brooklyn, New York, 91% reduction in their domestic violence homicides. So what is a Family Justice Center? It takes all of those critical services that Jill needs, and it brings them all to one location. And so now what happens is Jill comes to the Family Justice Center with her children. There is childcare for the children. There is therapy for children who have witnessed trauma and abuse. There is everything that Jill needs in one location. And what that entails is obviously a building to house all of the service providers, but it also brings the current service providers together in that Family Justice Center. And what happens is we see that greater victim participation, and we also see the as well as the victim participation, we see collaboration between all of the agencies. So we don't have to, as a prosecutor, wonder, was this victim contacted by Family Tree? Did this victim go to Family Tree? Did this victim go to Jamlac? No, we know because we're all talking and we're all able to share information to ensure that we're providing the best services to victims of crime. There is no criminal case required for someone to use the Family Justice Center. If you know that your neighbor may be in an elder abuse situation or in a domestic violence situation, you can refer them to the Family Justice Center. They can come to the center and receive the services that they need. Do not have to report to law enforcement, but they can if they want to. That is an option. These centers are not government centers, government field centers. These are very soft centers and inviting, warm, and welcoming centers for victims and their children. What we have done with Pete Weir's leadership is the Alliance for Hope started the very first Family Justice Center in 2002 in San Diego. They now contract and they help communities get their Family Justice Centers up and running. We were able to contract with the Alliance for Hope. They came out to Colorado and they studied Jefferson and Gilpin County. And we learned some interesting things from that study tour. They were out here in July of 2017. They came out again in January of 2018 to do 2 days of strategic planning where we had over 80 members of different agencies participating in strategic planning. They told us that there is an overwhelming sense of respect and a spirit of collaboration. And what I'm so proud of is they said, you know, we walk in the room and we know you all get along, you all really like each other and work really well together. They said, we don't see that in a lot of communities. A lot of communities, we walk in and you can feel the tension. And so they said, we have provided an excellent foundation for the future of a Family Justice Center. And I am going to turn this over to Ray Fleer to talk about where we are now. It's very exciting. We are on our way to having a Family Justice Center here in Jefferson and Gilpin counties, and it's very exciting. And I know we're going to save lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Coolidge. Welcome, Mr. Fleer.
Thank you. It's really a pleasure to stand here and tell you just how right the Alliance for Hope was when they said we had a great foundation here in Jefferson County to build upon with the Family Justice Center. We currently have over 75 partners participating with us in this process. And it is quite a process to build this nonprofit and bring these services together and to collaborate. But we have great support. A little bit of the update right now, you can see where we are. We have a regular group of standing committees that are helping us bring this together. We now have a project board, and we actually have incorporated with Secretary of State now as Porch Light, and I will present that information to you in just a minute. We're fortunate to have the support of a pro bono attorney on staff who's helping us. That's always a good thing. We've had some excellent donations, excellent support, and you can see some of that information up there right now. We've had great support from the City of Golden financially, as well as manpower and help in that regard. We've received some grant funding, and we are currently bringing together right now a high-risk assessment team. And that high-risk assessment team meets weekly. Our goal is eventually to be able to meet daily, but we review those, what we call high-risk cases of domestic violence in Jefferson County. Traditionally, and I guess on most weeks, we review about 10 to 15 cases from the previous week. That's quite a number, and those are the cases that we consider to be the most high risk. We review those, we make sure that all the partners are speaking, we make sure that the services are being provided, and it's a great introduction into the Family Justice Center model. So, our current partners that I'd like to present to you, you can see a list. We have several pages of lists, but the partnerships here in Jefferson County have been incredible. And I think the District Attorney, Pete Weir, spoke to this a little bit earlier, but we've had fantastic support from our law enforcement partners, the District Attorney's Office, who is obviously spearheading this endeavor. We've had fantastic support from our nonprofit partners and also the business community. So you can take a look, and I'll kind of scroll through some of those. Family Tree is one of our big supporters in this project, and they've been very, very helpful. Right now, what I want to do is update you a little bit on our financial situation, because obviously that is the point where we're at right now, fundraising to bring this endeavor, get the doors open, turn the lights on at Porch Light, as we like to say. But we have a startup budget that is about $1.2 million. And a lot of that, obviously, you know, goes to furnishings, computer equipment, all of the kind of necessary things, a lease, things like that. We currently have raised about $817,000 to get the doors open and turn on the lights at Porch Light. So we're thrilled about that, but we have a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'll talk a little bit about our location and lease in just a minute to update you, but you can see some more of our current partners who are helping with the project. ARC, DDRC, Red Rocks Community College, Wheat Ridge Police Department, just a number of great partners. Ralston House has been one of our really big supporters, and we kind of look to our guru, Don Mosley, for help quite a bit. He's been very, very helpful in this endeavor. So we are currently named Porch Light, a Family Justice Center, and you can see our logo there. We have created a business plan, and thank you very much, you can see, for the Business Resource Center. They helped us immensely. Candace and I, that wasn't in our wheelhouse, writing business plans, so we went to the experts, and that was Business Resource Center, and they helped us, as I said, immensely getting that pulled together. Our mission: to bring together essential services for victims, survivors, and their children, and to create a positive pathway forward, and to foster public safety. Our values, all of these brought together by our partners who spent a great deal of time really defining who we are and what we're about. And we have a location, and it happens to be right here in Lakewood. We are located at 11100 West 8th Avenue, right at 8th and Quail. We were so fortunate. We had a realtor who donated her time, Cheryl Powell with Sperry Realty. And Cheryl jumped on board early on, and we knew we needed to find an appropriate location. Candace and I did our best work, and we pulled together some space planning documents, and we came up and said we think we need about 16,000 square feet to make this work. So Cheryl went out and found us 16,400 square feet. And the owner of this facility happens to be a local owner, Craig Clark. He is wonderful. He has done everything in his power to help us turn the lights on at Porch Light. A very good lease arrangement. He's given us time to fundraise, and he's even given us an opt-out period. So if we don't feel like we have the money to move forward at the end of April, he's going to let us out of our lease. He couldn't be a more generous owner. He's also paying for the tenant finish on the project, which is very, very nice. And I don't know if I'm accurate or not, but we think that's going to be about $300,000 to renovate this facility and turn it into a family justice center. So what a generous man. So we're going to play for you real quick a fundraising video that we have here. Candace is going to come up and do that. She's the technical brains on this partnership. So maybe we won't.
It was a separate link.
We're gonna pass on the fundraising video, and in the interest of time tonight. So anyway, that's about where we're at right now. So I'd love to entertain questions if you have any questions for us, or District Attorney Pete Weir.
You bet. Well, thank you all so much, and thank you for what you do. I think that you're always kind of on the cutting edge, and these things certainly require a collaboration amongst governments, and we've come together to address detox management, withdrawal management at the Arapahoe House, of course, the Ralston House. We're looking at doing a regional approach to homelessness, and this is another great opportunity. So we appreciate you, and we appreciate all that you do. It's unfortunate that a community has to even address this, but that's certainly the reality. So I did see that you have some funding and that there was a gap, but I did not hear an ask. So I didn't know if there was a financial ask for the city, or...
May I be so bold as to say there will be?
Okay. Yet to be determined. Okay.
I didn't see anybody's jaw drop to the floor with that response, but yes, thank you.
Yeah.
We will. And I'm going to, before we leave, I do want to put in one more plug for Chief McCaskey and the generous support of the Lakewood Police Department. Through his own budget, he has provided some much-needed support along the way. There have been projects that needed to be done, and he's helped in that regard. And also the men and women of the Lakewood Police Department who have helped with this project. They've been, I just really want you to know how phenomenal they've been.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. We appreciate you.
Mayor, can I interrupt?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Just a little bit more information. The chief and myself will be meeting with the folks from the Porch Light Center in the next week or so to talk about those fundraising needs.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Harrison. Oh, I think there's some questions. I don't think you get to leave yet, sir.
Well,
You watch us on TV every Monday, right? I mean, you're not getting out of here that easy. Councilor Harrison?
Actually, I was going to, it's not a question, but rather a statement. I had family members 30 years ago that went through a battering situation, and I know very well that the timeline that Candace gave earlier, that's very true. She chose to go ahead and file charges, but lost a job over it because the employer wouldn't allow her to take the time off that she needed to. So this idea is so needed, and it's a way of supporting women and their needs as well as their family members. I'm not saying battering only happens to women, but that is a wonderful solution, and my hat's off to you. Thank you for doing that.
thank you for those comments.
Councilor Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I strongly believe in what you're doing, and I absolutely support you.
Thank you.
I do have kind of an odd question. When you're talking about the collaboration under one roof, in healthcare, you have like electronic medical records where everybody, PT, the emergency room, doctors, everybody can kind of plug in. When you have this under one roof, will you have it so that everybody who's in the pie, so to speak, can get into that same record at that point? Is that how that will work?
That is ultimately our goal. And as Candace spoke to, when somebody gets involved in this system, they should fill out that application one time. That application, that demographic information that we need, should then be shared among our partners so that there's one software system, so to speak. Confidentiality, as you might imagine, is a huge issue that we're dealing with right now. How do we segregate those people that are mandated to report from those who are not mandated to report? So when a victim or survivor is at the Family Justice Center and seeking services, they know who they can talk to under any given circumstances. But the goal is to streamline that process.
So currently there's not that same sharing of information because it's all under different roofs. Is that part of the problem?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, the best we've been able to do so far really is the high-risk domestic violence assessment team, where we get those providers in one room right now to talk to each other. But until we get the Family Justice Center open, that won't be a reality. Okay.
Councilor Vincent?
Yes, this is long overdue. I'm going to try to get through this. I don't think anybody knows what goes on behind closed doors a lot of times. It's kind of a tale of two different women. My door was banged on at 1:30 in the morning, and I opened it up, and a person who kind of reported to me, I didn't recognize her when I opened the door. She was beaten to a pulp. She was black and blue. I invited her in and immediately wanted to call the police. She was hysterical. She begged me not to do that because she knew she'd have to go back to this man because she had children. And she was, I think, what a lot of people think of as a typical battered woman. She had an entry-level job, not a lot of education, a lot of kids. To this day, I do not know what happened after she left my house. In another instance, one of my friends, my dear friends, middle-class family, gorgeous person, 2 perfect kids, was slaughtered and stabbed to death in a domestic situation. She had no place to go. If she could have had something like this, I'd like to think that to this day, both those women would have been taken care of. So whatever I can do to support this, obviously, but I hope people understand that this goes across all economic levels, can happen to anybody, and nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors a lot.
Thank you for your comments. And I appreciate that because it brings up one very important point about the Family Justice Center. We will not require someone to engage with law enforcement to receive services. So if someone has, in your situations, a knock at the door, there can be a referral for services to the Family Justice Center. They will receive services, and they don't have to follow through with the prosecution at that time until they're ready. I mean, ultimately, that would be our goal, is to see them go that direction, but that's not necessary to receive services at Porchlight. So we'd have a referral place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Skilling?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is the second time I've heard this presentation. I think the first time was earlier last year, and since then, y'all have come a long ways, and so congratulations on that. You've made a lot of progress. And I have some familiarity professionally with the San Diego facility, and it's very I can vouch for the success of that. I just wanted to point out one thing, the link, the fundraising video, since we didn't get that tonight, if we could just make sure we get the link, and I don't know if we do that either on our website or sent to us individually, or however you want to get that link, we should make that happen. Just make sure it doesn't fall through the cracks.
Thank
And I will say that we do have a website, and I'm glad you mentioned that. It's porchlightfjc.org, and that video does appear on the website as well. So if you want to follow our progress, the website is a great place to do that. We have information about our partners there and our progress, and so we would really enjoy if people would like to just follow our progress along on the website as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gutwein?
Just briefly also wanted to express my sincere thank you to you and the long and impressive list of partners. It's just absolutely heart-wrenching to think about, and I think probably all of us know someone who's been touched by this and left in a difficult situation. So I'm really thankful that we're going to have new opportunities for efficiency and better outcomes for our community. Thank you.
And that's one of the things that we've encountered all throughout this process is everybody that we've reached out to has a story. And they've been willing to come on board and embrace this process, and it's been great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hodson, did you want to weigh in?
Yes, thank you. Just that we can make that link available from our website as well.
Great.
All right. Well, once again, thank you all very much. And we're here to help and support. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep. Be safe. Thank you. So next up, we had disability awareness training with one of our own citizens, Mr. Mace, who many of you maybe see at our meetings. And unfortunately, he had to cancel this evening. So hopefully we can get him rescheduled for another date. All right. So next we have public comment. This is the point in the meeting where the public is invited to address the city council on items that did not appear on the agenda. All comments should be directed to the city council. I ask that all in attendance observe the decorum of city council chambers and refrain from applause or audible support or discord with the speaker. There's a 3-minute time limit. This little box here will be green for 2.5, yellow for 30 seconds, and red after that. And I will politely try to wrap it up afterwards. If you have not signed up yet to speak, please stop by the clerk's desk on the way down. This will help us for our record keeping, as well as having your contact information in case you need a follow-up. And then please note, in order to keep our meetings from running too late into the evening, I'll ask that all of you who wish to agree with a certain speaker, rather than coming to the podium and repeating what was already said, perhaps you'll be kind enough to stand at the appropriate time in support. I will be sure to take a count of those in favor and those opposed, and the count will become part of the public record. So we had our planning retreat, and we're really anxious to take into account your time as residents as well as our staff time and council's time, and trying to move things along in a little bit more efficient way. So again, I would echo, we've heard from a lot of folks. We certainly have your emails. This is our general business meeting. You absolutely have the opportunity to speak, but we'd encourage you, if you can, we do have agenda items later on this evening, and we do have some youth here who are here to testify on those later events. So with that, we will get to public comment, and it looks like Mr. Henderson, you are first, and you're speaking for Kathy Henderson and Steve Williamson. Is Mr. Williamson here? Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Will that give me the 10 minutes, Mr. Mayor?
9.
9.
9.
All right.
That's close, though. You can do it.
Good evening. Good evening. You all have changed the seating, so I may get confused as I'm going across the board. The first thing I'd like to do, Mr. Mayor and the council, is ask everybody in the audience who is here for the Big Sky sanitation issue, if you'd please raise your hands.
Right here!
Thank you.
I share that with the council because this is an important issue. It's an important issue to the folks here. It's an important issue to the various folks who have written to you. It's an important issue to me, as you know, because I've been here every meeting that I could for the last 3 months or so, beating the same drum. The point I want to make in the brief time that I have this evening is process, procedure. How are we going to address this issue? The issue is here. It's an important issue. We're asking you to have a public hearing or a public study session, some format where we can present our case. Mr. Morton, who's going to follow me shortly, can present his case, and the White Bear firm, on behalf of the same client, can present their case. And this is important because I know I have inundated you and everyone else with a lot of material. And it would surprise me if everybody has read everything. And all I can ask is that you give us an opportunity, give me an opportunity to walk you through it, to go point by point. And here's why. With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I sent to the council, to Mr. Mayor, my brief, my memo in response to Mr. Cox's memo. Mr. Mayor kindly responded the day after and said, quote, "Thank you. As you know, our legal team has reviewed at length as described in Mr. Cox's memo." And what I heard was, we're relying on Mr. Cox's memo. I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, here's why it's important that you have a public hearing and give us an opportunity, equal time, to make our case. Because if you read Mr. Cox's memo, he does not address any of the arguments that I've made. He simply doesn't do it. What he does is he repeats again and again and again the arguments that have been made on behalf of Big Sky/Brookfield. For example, 2 issues. The first issue, you've heard me beat this drum. Their position is they can do it just because the plan says they can't do it. They can do anything they want to unless the plan says they can't. I've explained 3 reasons why that's simply not true. I've gone through the statutes, I've gone through the service plan, and I've cited to you language from the case decisions. Not one of those issues that I raised was addressed in this memo. All it says is, and it repeats again and again, they can do it because no one's saying they can't. And that's simply not the law, it's not what the service plan says, and it's not what the Court of Appeals has said. In fact, the Court of Appeals, in a similar situation, in a similar case, said that's simply absurd, and it is. But that's not addressed in the memo. The second issue is even more perplexing and concerning. Counsel in Mr. Cox's office, who prepared the memo, had a question. She sent a letter to White Bear asking them to address that question. They addressed the question, and she repeated what they said in her memo. No one asked me. If you have 2 sides in a debate, you don't ask one side to answer the question and ignore the other. So in my response, I explained why that position is totally wrong. And that position, if you may recall, talks about local versus regional. And the argument is that they can do this, they can create the service or this sanitation district because it's really local to Big Sky. It's not a regional improvement, it's not a regional service. As I explained in my memo, take for example Solterra. Regional in Solterra was improving Alameda, McIntyre, and Yale, which are the borders to Solterra. If those are regional improvements, which were approved by this council, the sanitation district is more than regional. That's just one argument. The other is, when you look at the White Bear memo, of October 15th, Kristen Bear says, what we're doing is creating a master meter, which is exactly what Green Mountain is. And we're creating this new master meter to enable development in Rudy Valley. If that isn't regional, I don't know what is. My point being, give us an opportunity, equal time, to explain the arguments and the positions. If you rely on the Cox memo alone, you're only going to hear one side of the story because we're not there. Our arguments aren't addressed, and that's what we're asking, is an opportunity to be heard. This is a critically important issue. It's going to define, in many ways, how we do things in Rooney Valley. And there's a right way to do it, and there's a wrong way to do it. And I know my time's about up, but Mr. Morton and I had a wonderful debate before the Green Mountain Board. He had statements, I had statements, we went back and forth. That's what we need to do. Through this debate, there will be clarity and the truth will emerge, and then you all get to make a decision. And whatever your decision is, as long as we have a fair hearing, a right to present our arguments, and not simply dismissed as we've already heard from Mr. Cox and what you have to say really doesn't matter. It does. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, I have Ms. O'Keefe, Mr. Mowry, and then Mr. Stafford. Then after that, Mr. Greenfield. Good evening, welcome.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Peg O'Keefe. I live in the Green Mountain Water and Sewer District. Water and sewer is a public utility, needs to be a public utility, and residents are best served by public accountability, public oversight, and transparency. A move to change the boundaries and privatize water and sewer services in Green Mountain is improper, ill-advised. Any action that is taken by the City Council must be done in the light of public accountability. That's what we ask for today.
Great. Thank you. Bart? Come on down. Good evening. Then Randy, Neil, Jim Kinney, Hank Brumley, Charles Norton, and then Lisa or Lee. Good evening.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor.
When I call your name, if you'd like to yield your time and just say I agree, that's fine. Okay.
I'm actually here tonight to address the proposed ordinance regarding licensure of vape shops.
So if I'm going to have to ask you to wait for that public hearing, so I'll put you on the roster for that.
I wasn't aware of such.
Yep, I have it right here, and I will get you put on, and we'll make sure we get to you. This is general public comment, which is non-agenda items.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Apologies.
It's confusing up there.
It is.
Yeah, no worries. So we'll put you back on here. Give me a second, and then in the meantime, Mr. Stafford, then Mr. Kinney. Bart. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Randy Stafford, and I come before you tonight to request that council not allow Big Sky Metropolitan District to create a new sanitation district with boundaries expanded into the Rooney Valley. The Big Sky service plan approved by the city of Lakewood in 2014 explicitly stated that if the district wanted to expand its boundaries, it had to get permission first from the city of Lakewood. But Big Sky did not obtain Lakewood's permission before seeking to create a new sanitation district expanding into the Rooney Valley. Big Sky sought to do so through an intergovernmental agreement with the Green Mountain Water and Sanitation District. That IGA was signed by a majority of voted out Green Mountain board members while the votes to replace them were literally being counted. These kinds of special district shenanigans by land developers are not new in the history of the Rooney Valley. As a citizen who spent many man weeks researching the history of Rooney Valley development attempts and related matters through multiple Cora requests and visits to various Jefferson County departments, I can tell you that I have seen this before with, for example, the Green Tree Metropolitan District. This is part of a scheme by a few businessmen and crony capitalists to ruin a beautiful, historic, natural recreation area enjoyed by the citizens of Lakewood and Jefferson County just for their profit. To attract students and employees and companies, our local colleges and businesses and governments actively market natural attractions like the Rooney Valley area. To be complicit in its destruction is therefore purpose-defeating. In the name of responsible, ethical government, I respectfully submit that it is your duty as elected officials approving special district creation to take back control of these special districts and end their abuses by real estate developers. History shows that the business interests orchestrating these abuses have no regard for the will of the citizens, the ethical conduct of business, or even the laws of the state of Colorado and its municipalities. I implore you to create a new, publicly accountable sanitation district pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes 32-4-508 and include Jefferson County and Morrison in the process of creating a Rooney Valley Regional Sanitation District. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil? Greenfield? Good evening. Mr. Kenny and Mr. Norton. Good evening.
Council members, I represent, or I don't represent, but I live in Bear Creek Village, which is outside the city limits of Lakewood, but we are comforted by our surroundings and appreciate all you do. I can only echo the comments I've heard so far this evening against the district that's being established. That's all I have to say. I would appreciate your cooperation with other communities around you, other HOAs around you, and the Green Mountain Water District. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Would you like us to annex? Just kidding. Mr. Kinney? Good evening.
Good evening. I have a little different take, maybe a little higher elevation take on a different slant. But as we're talking about Rooney Valley, I'd like to ask: is there any piece of land in the Denver metro area along the Front Range that begs for sensitive, coordinated development? I know there's.
Ma'am. So, ma'am, please. Okay. No more, please. Okay? All right, thank you.
I think it's just absolute providence that this valley exists as it is today. However you drop into it, I feel like I'm on vacation. I just don't know where I am. So I think intergovernmental coordination and cooperation has been and remains to be the essential piece for making the comprehensive plan for the entire valley what it deserves to be. State statute does not say, keep out of my sandbox. State statute presents the intergovernmental coordination statute. We've heard it mentioned a couple times here today already. An intergovernmental agreement among Lakewood, Jefferson County, and Morrison is essential for proper comprehensive quality development of this pristine area. The ball has been dropped. We know a little bit about two of the parties were at the south end. Sometime long ago, it looked like maybe everybody was going to be involved. That never happened. But I don't think it's too late. I think working closely together with the public, if the three governments would work closely together with the public, we could still get much better understanding about who's doing what and what needs to be done. So maybe it needs to be a IGA light. I don't think we're looking at something here that can take years. It's my opinion that Lakewood, the city of Lakewood, is best positioned for initiating and coordinating this intergovernmental group. So I encourage this council to immediately step up and bring the three governments together with the public to develop and lead a coordinated, well thought out, best of all possible outcomes for the entire valley. I'd like to point people to the Lakewood website. In particular, if you go into government and then you go into watch video and then you go into history, you'll find a number of videos there. One is by former Mayor Linda Morton. In her video, she talks about moving to the area and onto Green Mountain and getting involved with neighbors who wanted to preserve open space on Green Mountain. That effort led to her becoming a city council person for 10 years and the mayor for 8 years. She states in her video that her number one biggest accomplishment while serving these 18 years was saving Green Mountain from the development that was about to take place and go all the way to the top of the mountain.
Thank you, sir. Your time is,
Okay,
is
thank
up. We got to keep a tight schedule, and I gave my gavel to Mayor Pro Tem Abel so I wouldn't use it this evening. Hank, there you go. Mr. Brumley, Mr. Norton, Lisa Lee, and then Ms. Bertoli.
Good evening.
Good evening.
City Council, Hank Brumley, 8 Mesa Oak, Littleton, Colorado. My daytime job, I'm the head of development for Stream Realty. I'm the developer for Foothills Business Park at the southwest and northwest corner of C470 in Alameda. This is a zone piece of property in Jefferson County, CDRM, which allows retail, office, light industrial, restaurants. We pre-apped this site in June of 17. We had 4 neighborhood meetings in August of 18. About 35 people attended. Here's a summary of the issues that came out of that we've been working with staff on. Colors of the project, especially the roof color, which we've changed to beige. Regional trail system, which is now south of Alameda, follows Rooney Gulch and goes all the way to the Green Mountain parking lot. 10 feet wide concrete. Heavy landscaping, which we've done. Some of the questions about our landscape ordinances and variances are why. Excel does not allow us to plant trees in their easements, so we've substituted 10 bushes per tree if we couldn't find a location for a tree. We've worked on the colors. We've added limestone from Pueblo. We've changed the roof colors, and we've added 3 plaza areas for all the employees and visitors to this area. The other question we get is Dinosaur Ridge Visitor Center. We are working with them to relocate them to the west side of the Gulch on what I call Grandma's house. We're doing a land exchange where they exchange their 1 acre site with my 3 acre site south of Alameda. That'll give them about 100 parking spaces and 18 bus parking spaces, which is critical to their operation. I'm obligated to bring all utilities, including sewer, which is very important to them, west of the Gulch. I'm personally assisting with the design, the costing, and the building of this project out of my own time. I've done a number of not-for-profits, and Stream has also made a substantial contribution to this building to help them fund it. I'm hoping to submit about February 15th for our second submittal. I'm always available to meet with anyone, anytime, not any place, to discuss this project. At all the neighborhood meetings, I handed out my cards. And just please remember, we're bringing 1,500 employees on this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Norton, then I have Lisa, Ms. Bertoli, and then Ms. Judson, Ms. Baum, and then Ms. Mary. I think Flora Court is the address. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Charles Norton. I represent the Big Sky Metropolitan District Number 1. We should note that Big Sky is a service plan district. It operates pursuant to a service plan that was approved by this body, by the Lakewood City Council, in 2014. It is fully authorized to provide sanitation services outside of its boundaries and within its boundaries to properties in both categories. There is no expansion provided for in the IGA of Big Sky's boundaries. The form of service that would be provided to the Three Dinos property, for example, is extraterritorial service, which is permitted by Colorado law and by the service plan. This is an important distinction because if a property is not within the boundaries of the district, it is not subject to the district's property taxation. It is subject only to service charges for services received and tap fees as new connections are made to the property. Green Mountain, in turn, is also a Title 32 district. It is emphatically not empowered to be a land use planning agency. The land use decisions were made by this body in the mid-2000s for the CDN property within Big Sky, in which there were entitlements created in the year 2005, 2006, subject to a vested rights agreement which ran for a period of 25 years after the date of its execution. So the issue which faces this body tonight is, will approved land uses, approved in a fully legal manner, according to the planning process set forth by this city and for the Three Dinos property by Jefferson County, will they be entitled to receive sanitary sewer service from the Green Mountain Water and Sanitation District, which must administer that service according to established utility principles? Your counsel has indicated, Mr. Cox has opined about the narrow issue which is really in front of council. Does this intergovernmental agreement executed between Big Sky and Green Mountain, is it within the parameters of the Big Sky service plan? His answer was yes. In contrast, I have to make a general contrast to Mr. Henderson's statements. For example, that there was no effort to address the case law that was cited in Mr. Cox's or in Mr. Henderson's memorandum. In fact, there was an extensive effort to do so, approximately a page of analysis that was permitted. Very careful for counsel. The appropriate action in this instance is a simple one. It is to indicate to Green Mountain that this IGA is within the parameters of the service plan, that you have been advised by council to that effect, and that Lakewood will take no further action on this matter.
Great. Thank you, sir. Ms. Bertoli? And Ms. Judson and Ms. Baum. Oh, Lisa, I'm sorry. You're up next. My apologies. And then Rita.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Paul and Lakewood City Council members. My name is Lisa Harper, and I'm with Jefferson County Economic Development Corporation. When Jeffco EDC received the flyer inviting individuals to come and share their voice on the development project, we wanted to make sure that council had the economic development perspective. The Foothills Business Park is an important and much-needed development project in Jefferson County. A recent economic impact analysis of the project estimates that the net economic and fiscal benefits in Jefferson County will be more than $1 billion over a 20-year period. This analysis is based off actual businesses that we are working with, which we have the potential to create more than 1,500 high-paying jobs with an average salary of $59,000. These businesses come from diverse, high-tech industries, including aerospace, outdoor recreation, beverage production, and aviation. Due to the extremely low real estate inventory in Jefferson County, there is significant demand for this project, and we are working with dozens of businesses that are waiting for it to be completed. This includes new businesses as well as existing businesses that we are trying to keep in the community. And without this development project and the high quality needed inventory it brings, we are at the risk of losing these businesses and jobs to other regions. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Bertoli. Good evening.
Evening, councilors, mayor. Rita Bertoli, Ward 4, Lakewood, Colorado. Several months ago, a core request was submitted to the city of Lakewood by Brownstein, Hyatt, and Farber regarding development in the Rooney Valley. One specific item they requested was for Lakewood to confirm how City Attorney Tim Cox was authorized to issue correspondence to the town of Morrison, if you recall. Tonight, I would like to ask the same thing. I have here a letter from the City Attorney Tim Cox that was sent to the Green Mountain Water Board on January 8th. Did you authorize Tim Cox to send this letter? I would like the answer to that tonight. Did you review it and approve the content before it was issued? This unsolicited Tim Cox memo was sent a few hours before the Green Mountain Water Board's meeting, in which they were reviewing a body of legal research regarding the Big Sky Intergovernmental Agreement. The memo contained a citation, the only citation in the letter, to an appeals court case from Weld County that refutes the very summary of your city attorney. Were you given the case before approving his summary and his letter? I have copies of it after if you'd like. What's very concerning is that this memo was co-authored by a junior lawyer who is a past colleague in the law firm that represents a party to the intergovernmental agreement itself. Did you know that Mr. Cox was going to hire someone who has a perceived conflict of interest in providing legal advice? Councilors, you are ultimately responsible for the legal stewardship of this city. How many of you remember what happened in 2012 with the 2090 Wright Street parkland? Letter upon letter was sent to the city of Lakewood advising that the actions of the city were inconsistent with a legally binding land use document. Yet the city would not listen until they lost in court, along with losing credibility in the public eye. Mayor Paul, I remember clearly you being very upset that the residents were saying that the city was behaving and acting illegally. You were relying on the advice of Mr. Cox. And you now know that the court concluded that Mr. Cox was wrong, although he had you very well convinced. If you are concerned that this may be occurring again, this time you have the power to change the course of the discussion. This council body, in fact, more than any I've seen in the past, wants to materially participate in the governance of the city. These rare issues of indiscretion are precisely where your active creativity is essential. There are not many issues in the city of Lakewood that rise to the level of an indiscretion. There have only been a handful, as you know, but when the public comes to you identifying one, it is something you must consider seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Judson, then Ms. Baum, and then I think it's Diana. Is that a mirror? Okay. Your name, sir? Okay. I'll find you on our list. Okay. All right.
Hello, Mayor and City Council.
Good evening.
I have to state my big disagreement with Mr. Charles Norton. I feel that the IGA that was passed in the 11th hour of the old Green Mountain Water Board is questionable at the very least and highly illegal in the worst case. And I will give a few examples of that. The main reason is that there's not enough public input, and also that the city was not asked, you were not asked, when material modifications were made to the original service plan. Granted, the city council passed the service plan in 2014, but the IGA drafted in May 8th, 2018 changed it greatly, and these are the ways it was changed. In the original service plan, it stated very clearly that there are financial constraints and that they should not be exceeded, and they were limited to a debt obligation of $30 million. The new IGA, and this was on page 7 of the original service plan, and I think I should probably read that so you will see. That was the one that was passed by the city in 2014, and it states, total debt issuance limitation. The districts shall not issue debt in excess of $30 million. That was totally violated, and it also stated that on page 2 of the original service plan, which was that the service plan is intended to establish a limited purpose for the district and explicit financial constraints that are not to be violated under any circumstances. Well, they were violated in the new service, in the IGA that was drafted on election night. And that was that they were allowed to borrow up to $710 million. That's a huge increase from 30. In addition, the purpose was changed. And originally it was, the purpose was to construct and build by the Big Sky District. Now it is called a sewer agreement, so a big stage sewer system, Big Sky rather, sewer system. And not only the scope of it is amazing, it's to be an increase of 8-fold in sewer services provided by Green Mountain. And this is done behind closed doors with no public input. And another very troublesome thing is that the intergovernmental agreement on page 13 talks not only about an 8-fold expansion, but also a holding tank for waste. And they say, in quote, Big Sky recognizes and agrees that there may be a potential for odors in the Green Mountain sewer system because there'll be a holding tank. We can't accommodate all the wastewater flow that's anticipated. Now, one of the big problems is that 3 major changes were made, not only in the boundaries that would be served, but also by the purpose was changed and the strict debt obligations. So for all of these reasons and the fact that the public did not have adequate input and the fact that the city council could not have a chance to review the IGA before it was signed, which is highly illegal. I disagree that it's legal. I don't think you should pass on it. In fact, I think it should be terminated. I should not approve the new IGA.
Please.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay. So when I call your name and you agree, you can just say you agree and I'll take you off. Okay. Carol, you're up. Good evening. And then Charles, looks like South Loveland, and Eric. Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor and city councilors. The Big Sky sewer system establishes a new sanitation district and provider essentially run by one individual, Tom Morton, the senior vice president for Brookfield. Mr. Morton was not elected and is not accountable to the public. Mr. Morton was a leading director of the Solterra district developed by Brookfield. He directed the operation of the Solterra district when the Brookfield boards canceled all the public elections for 11 years until Brookfield employees were recalled from the boards. Mr. Morton was one of the Brookfield employee directors of the Solterra district when Brookfield eliminated the residents' right to vote on issuing new bond debt. He was one of the Brookfield employee directors of the Solterra district when Brookfield authorized the financing debt for the residents up to $4.9 billion. Mr. Martin was directing the operation of the Solterra district when Brookfield stated during the recall negotiations that they would only resign their employees from the Solterra board if Solterra agreed to pay Brookfield an additional $30 million financed in bond debt by the residents. It is apparent that they will sell sewer to residents at a profit since this is an essential public resource, water, used to process the sewage. The sanitation service must be owned, operated, and managed by public officials accountable to the residents in the public interest, not owned, operated, and managed by a private developer whose natural goal is maximizing profit. Also, the IGI was done illegally, as was testified by other people tonight, and it was approved on the night of the water board election. This shouldn't have occurred before the new board took office. Transparency is very important to me. It is apparent that the ethics of this private developer are in question, and for these reasons, I feel that the city of Lakewood should not approve the Big Sky Brookfield to provide sewer services in the Rooney Valley area. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Charles? Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, and then I have, is it Tam, 2253 South Loveland? And then Rob, 320 Right. Okay. Mr. Brown, good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. Thanks for your time again this evening. Eric Brown, 12265 West Arizona Avenue. I'm a Ward 4 resident. There are a number of problems with the IGA between Big Sky and Green Mountain that aims to also include the Green Tree property, which is the property Mr. Brumley spoke about, the C470 Alameda Parkway interchange. The latest issue is where Green Mountain attorney submitted a letter to the city of Lakewood that seems to misrepresent the actual motion that was approved unanimously by the Green Mountain Water and Sanitation Board. While it's close, the one small detail that is not accurate shifts the entire situation. This is that Green Mountain Water and Sanitation Board voted to terminate the IGA until Lakewood decides one way or the other to approve or deny it. In this scenario, Green Mountain Water and Sanitation still has control of the final determination. In this scenario, if Lakewood says the service plan is no good, then it gives Green Mountain Water and Sanitation standing to, if you will, stand by their termination. It helps Green Mountain Water and Sanitation potentially avoid litigation that they've been threatened with in the past for not complying with this IGA. It also helps Lakewood help Green Mountain Water and Sanitation. However, in the letter from the Green Mountain Water and Sanitation attorney, it stated that Green Mountain Water and Sanitation agrees with the expanded area service plan and is looking to Lakewood to do the same, primarily to ameliorate the issues with concerned neighbors. In this scenario, Lakewood is lobbied by Green Mountain Water and Sanitation to approve the service plan. In this scenario, it is stated that it would help Green Mountain Water and Sanitation uphold the IGA, but that is not what they voted unanimously to do. They voted to terminate the IGA. They did not vote to ask Lakewood to lobby and support the IGA. For this reason, the letter submitted by the Green Mountain Water and San lawyers should be disregarded. Lakewood City Council needs to deny the service plan if it comes for review and approval, as it needs to do, under the new IGA that does not have approval currently. It is not for Big Sky or Green Mountain Water and Sanitation to agree to in and of themselves. And I have to agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Henderson's testimony in that we need a hearing of sorts where all sides are heard and considered, the facts are considered, not just kind of piecemeal. Lakewood, however, may not have the authority to actually facilitate or hear that hearing. The authority to approve a service plan that extends sewer service outside of the city of Lakewood's boundaries into a new and different IGA may require entirely review and approval by Jefferson County. Keep in mind, the interchange property is wholly in unincorporated Jefferson County. It is not in Lakewood at all. So I don't know let me make 2 points. One is that City of Lakewood needs to review a new service plan for Big Sky if they want to expand extraterritorial area. And two, if it includes area outside the city of Lakewood, they need to not consider that and punt it to Jeffco. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob?
I'd like to agree with him as well as several of the other people.
Great. Thank you very much. You're very kind. Brian Neff?
I also agree with Mr. Brown, Mr. Henderson.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Peterson? Good evening.
I so agree with Mr. Brown, Mr. Henderson, Mr. Foley, wholeheartedly.
Great. So that exhausts the general public roster. Anybody else wish to speak who hasn't had a chance? Yes, ma'am. If you'll just stop by the clerks on the way down, and if there's anybody else and you want to just get in the bullpen, that'd be great. Ms. Draper, did you wish to speak on general public comment? Okay, come on down. I'm going to move you but you don't want to speak on items 8 or 9, correct? Okay, I'll move you over.
Janet Draper, 2663 South Holman. I don't know why my lip is bleeding. It's cold outside. I live in Ward 4 and I care about the water, and I agree with the people who think that this Brookfield development in charge of sewage water sounds very finagled and inappropriate. And I guess my question would be, if it's an intergovernmental agreement, wouldn't that be between governments? And who was the other agreeer? Who agreed beside the water board? Where's the other part of the government in that? And I'd just like to agree that we need to protect our public resources since we have this gem, and it seems like all the foxes want to be in charge of the hen house. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
So first of all, I appreciate the time that y'all are taking to consider this. My name is Diane Short. I'm an environmental quality consultant, actually, in the area of water quality. We work with state, local, and federal agencies to ensure that the water quality in our country meets the acceptable standards for clean water and human health, ecosystem health. So I bring up actually I agree with all the people that have been questioning the IGA, but I would like to look at it from a little bit different point of view, which is, as a water quality consultant, I'd like you to consider the impact of whether we call it climate change or whatever, but we do have a changing water pattern. We work with that all the time in our consulting programs. That Lakewood has been a leader in so many ways, and what I would like to do is present a vision for Lakewood, which is that we start to have a water management plan where we look more at conservation, where we look more at xeriscaping, where we respect and honor and put time aside for our open space. I'd love to see the whole of Green Mountain all the way to Dinosaur Reach be our mountain park, just like Denver has their mountain parks. And to also consider that we only have one LEED certified building in all of Lakewood. My vision is that we now have a mandate from this group of people who are so well informed, that people like developments like Solterra and Green Village, Green Gables, have a mandate for not only xeriscaping, but also for solar installation, that we meet what our state of Colorado is asking us to do, which is to look at renewables, to look at water management, to look at natural resource management. And I'm a consultant in Lakewood, and I'm here at your disposal if you'd like to talk about that.
Thank you. And you did send an email today, I think.
I actually did send one.
Yep. Thank you. Great. All right. Anybody else on public comment? Yes, ma'am. Please stop by the clerks and sign in on your way down. Oh, cool. All right. Okay. I'll now close public comment. And again, thank you all for coming and certainly sharing your concerns. I can assure you we have received all of your emails and have had many conversations with many different people. This is on our agenda next Monday night to have an executive session where any governmental body would review legal type of issues. So this group will be discussing this further. I would ask Green Mountain Water to share their lawyer's opinion. We have not seen that, and I think we've heard from the city of Lakewood as well as the other parties, so it'd be nice if the water board would share their information with us as well. I think that'd be good for everybody. All right, Ms. Hodson.
Thank you. My executive report will be very short this evening because I issued a very lengthy report just this weekend. Just a couple of notes. Next Monday is a study session. This is February 4th, and we have 3 topics, and it's going to be a full evening. So please make sure to read all the materials that are in front of you, particularly the waste hauling materials. There is a lot of data there, and to keep the meeting brief, we're going to rely on you being having reviewed that material, and so the PowerPoint presentation will just be a high-level overview of that material. In addition, that material is also available to the public already, and we would sure invite anyone interested to please review that. Secondarily, we did have our annual planning session last Saturday, and so let me talk about next steps. Mary Ruther from our office distributed the slides from Floyd Cerulli's presentation. If you would like that in hard copy, please let us know. We are also working now to schedule the follow-up conversation with our facilitator, Heather, so that we can finalize the priorities from City Council. And that'll come right after the minutes from the session are completed. Do you remember a young gal named Sam was at our meeting, and she's the one who was taking minutes. She works for Heather, and she will compile those, and we'll have those submitted. And shortly after that, we'll have our part 2 of our planning session. It looks like we'll have it maybe 4:30 before a city council meeting. So we're working on Heather's availability at this time. And that concludes my abbreviated report. Thank you.
Well, geez, thank you very much. We're 5 minutes past schedule. Right on. Ms. Greer, will you please read the consent agenda?
Consent agenda consists of items 8 and 9 only. Item 8, Resolution 2019-3, authorizing a revocable license agreement between the City of Lakewood and Grand Monarch Partners, LLC, along the north side of West 15th Place, located adjacent to Grand Monarch, to allow placement and maintenance of 6 10-foot-tall streetlights and related appurtenances. Item 9, Resolution 2019-4, approving council appointments to various boards and committees.
All right. So I'm going to open the public hearing on items 8 and 9. Nobody's signed. Well, somebody's signed up, but I think, Alex, you probably want to talk about teen smoking, so I don't think you want to weigh in on this. No? Okay. And Lynette signed up to, okay, close public comment. I'll ask our new Mayor Pro Tem to make a motion.
Mayor Paul, I move for adoption of resolutions 2019-3 and 2019-4, both of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
I second.
Well done. First and a second, Ms. Johnson, Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who can answer the question, but I just have one regarding the actual lights themselves. Will there be certain criteria regarding pollution of lights so that they're shining down, and how do we handle that?
Thank you. I'll ask Adrian Stanchu to come to respond to that question. Thanks, Adrian.
Good evening.
Good evening, Adrian Stanchu, Property and Purchasing Division Manager. And yes, the design of the lights was actually reviewed by the various city departments, and they are shielded so that they are downcast. And that's one of the reasons why they are being placed where they are in the right-of-way, so that the area of light can be limited to where it's actually needed.
Thank you. And then, so they will not be shining actually into the apartment house itself or into the facility?
Exactly. They're being placed actually between the sidewalk and the parked vehicle so that they can light that small area without affecting the residents.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I will just make one comment about Resolution 4, which is council appointments. So actually there was almost no change to our council appointments this year. Everybody wanted to stay put, except for there was a secondary role that one of our council members wanted to move on and do something else. So that's the only change, and it's quite a list of different boards and commissions. So that is item number 9. Seeing no more discussion, please cast your votes. That passes 10 ayes, 0 nays. And looks like I need you to block out Councilor Roybal. Okay. There we go. Thank you. And just as a side note, Councilor Roybal went home. He's not feeling well. In fact, I think he pushed himself. He was not able to attend our retreat either, so he's heading out.
He's fine. He just came back probably just a touch or...
Absolutely.
Yeah, but he's fine.
He was pushing it to get back. All right. Will the clerk please read item 10 into the record?
Item 10, Ordinance O 2019-1, adding a new chapter 5.06 to the Lakewood Municipal Code concerning the licensing of retailers that sell non-cigarette tobacco products.
All right, so our counselor, or our clerk, Ms. Margie Greer, is going to give us a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have exactly 4 slides, and it's simply an update. It's been a while since I brought this forward, and ACIC brought it forward, so I just wanted to kind of give you the history and bring you up to date real quick. The background, 2016 and 2017, staff members here in Lakewood, I believe, met 2 or 3 times with the health department and members of Lakewood High School's Breathe Easy team. In May of 2017, the Advisory Commission for an Inclusive Community was given an assignment by you to look at licensing tobacco products, non-tobacco products, e-cigarettes, those sorts of things. And in July, that commission presented those recommendations to you. Their first recommendation was to license retailers who sell non-tobacco cigarette products, and also to work with Jefferson County in promoting educational efforts to reduce youth tobacco use. At that time, the draft ordinance provisions are as you see up here. I think they've all been included in the ordinance. Nothing new. And last but not least, October 1st, you held a study session. So it's been that long, and that's why I wanted to give you an update. January 14th was first reading of this ordinance, and tonight is second reading and public hearing. Once we get your final approval, in case there's any amendments to be made, we'll bring forth a resolution adopting fees on February 25th. And just so you know, the ordinance becomes effective March 2nd. And in the meantime, if this is adopted tonight, staff will work on notification to retailers of the new law, begin the licensing process, and working on that educational component. The end. At this time, though, I know we've had a lot of conversations over the last week regarding cigars and other tobacco products. So I'm going to turn this over to our city attorney, Tim Cox, to have that discussion with you. Thank you.
Nicely done. Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Margie, Mr. Mayor, and council members. As you saw, it was quite the elongated timeline on this project, and I recall going back further than that still as representatives of Jeffco Health and some of the advocates, some of the anti-smoking advocates had come to see us, I think even before 2016, and laid the groundwork for this. So staff has been involved at one level or another, as has the council now for a couple of years on this. And you know, I'm concerned that perhaps that extrapolated timeline, extended timeline, may have contributed to a little bit of confusion about one provision. Talked to several council members about it today, folks who had concerns. In the definitions, there are a couple of references to cigars. And I personally had not recalled there being any discussion at council meetings, staff study sessions, or elsewhere about where cigars fit into the picture. And that is specifically, are they included in the ordinance so as to be regulated and subject to licensure, like the electronic devices that are the sort of centerpiece of this ordinance? Or were they to be treated like cigarettes, exempt from the licensing requirement because this is a non-cigarette licensing, tobacco licensing ordinance? And in an attempt to address that ambiguity or that apparent lack of clarity, there was some language added to the draft, to the ordinance in the place of a couple of definitions. And in both cases, or in one case, identified cigars as being exempt, as being within the definition of cigarettes. And that was not the understanding of at least a couple of council members. And so there has been extensive discussion today. And I just wanted to point out that that is an issue that we'll need to address, is which way we tip it so that the cigars end up on one side of the line or the other. I don't think it's a highly controversial item. It's just there were some folks who relied on the language that was there and didn't anticipate any change in that regard. But I know there are other folks who hadn't commented one way or the other on cigars and maybe hadn't thought about where they fit in. So we're here to assist you in understanding what the question is and the ramifications of that question, whether we do that now or as part of an amendment discussion. Mr. Mayor, I'll leave that to your discretion as the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. So I have Councilor Johnson and Mayor Pro Tem Abel, and I'm curious, do you want to just open the public hearing, and do you have questions for Margie after this, or is this a procedural before? Councilor Johnson?
Actually, I had a question regarding a few amendments.
Okay, so let's, if we could, let's open the public hearing, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
Have a comment on the wording of part of the non-cigarette tobacco product paragraph. Following on Mr. Cox's comment, I could do it now or wait.
Are you look?
Be in better context now, though.
Okay, that's.
Mr. Cox, there is a paragraph that says included, but not. I'm sorry, a phrase that says including but not limited to an electronic cigarette, cigar, cigarella, or pipe. Grammatically, the way that's written, it refers to all of them as electronic: an electronic cigarette, an electronic cigar, an electronic cigarillo, etc. I think it would be better to say, if this is the intent, to say but not limited to a cigar, cigarillo, pipe, or electronic cigarette, so that the modifier for cigarette is not also read as the modifier for the other products.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Abel. That issue also came up in today's discussion and last week too, as this was being prepared for the packet. And I guess the question posed to me was, does this phrase regulate electronic cigarettes, electronic cigars, electronic so on and so forth? And if so, should we put that word in front of each of those nouns so that it would say electronic cigarettes, electronic cigars, and so on? I think that's up to you as a council as to whether the intent is to regulate that category, because it says including electronic devices, including but not limited to, and then list those four. So it could be used to modify each of them, all of them, or if you think that the intent is to just identify electronic cigarettes, because frankly, I don't know if the other devices exist on the market, then it's up to you as to how you define that term and how you want us to apply it.
I think we do want to include cigars, cigarillos, and pipes. I'm not sure they come in an electronic device, so I think listing them that way would, just putting electronic cigarette at the end of that sentence would take care of the ambiguity.
So I want to try to stick to the procedure questions.
Not to comment on that.
Right. I mean, I think we're going to have some amendments because our cigarette, both they contradict each other, and then the purpose statement says it doesn't apply to retailers selling traditional cigarettes and cigars. So there's a lot to this that I think will have to come after we read it in the public comment.
I was just shown that there is such a product for sale as an electronic cigar.
Councilor Goodwin, can you wait? All right. So let's open the public comment. And I have a group of youth that requested extra time. Are you all? Well, we have a single youth. Come on down. Welcome. Could you share with us your name?
My name is Lydia Calkins, and I'm a student at Lakewood High School. The last time I spoke for you guys, I was still a minor. I'm not anymore. I can legally buy all these products whenever I want. Well, when I first came here, I talked to you guys about some of the health risks of tobacco. I'm not going to do that this time. People who smoke tobacco, people who use tobacco products know that it's going to kill them. That's just the way it is. They accept it, they move on. However, what I'm worried about is seeing my classmates using these products. And although I could go on about Juuls, I could go on about vape pens, I could go on about e-cigarettes, all of this, I would like to talk about something different. I'd like to talk about cigarillos and cigars. You guys might not think it, but it's very popular for students my age to purchase cigars and cigarillos. I mean, I've done it before too. Granted, it was also my job to do it. I was one of the minors within the tobacco program that the FDA runs. I often purchase cigarettes and other tobacco products from various stores within Lakewood, within Vale, Golden, Edgewater. And let me tell you guys, I'm not impressed with how we've performed. Lakewood sells to me a lot more than Golden ever did and a lot more than Edgewater ever did. Even Aspen didn't sell as much, and even Vale didn't sell as much. Granted, Aspen did pass Tobacco 21. We have yet to reach that step. Although I would like to grant some sort of amazing speech here, the most I can say is that cigarettes are killing our youth. I'm seeing it all around me. I'm seeing the kids in my classes smoking out of their Juuls, smoking cigarillos behind the school. My principal's right there behind me. I didn't know he was coming. But Mr. Bach, let me tell you what. I'm one of the IB students. I'm one of the highest GPA students at our school. I've gotten scholarship offers and I've gotten offers for the best schools in the country. And all the kids around me are smoking. And I think that this could really help put an end to it. Thank you.
Thank you. So Tamia, and then Charmaine, and then Bart. Is it 840 Glen Air? I'm sorry. And I can't read your last name either, so I tried to go for the first name.
It's okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Tanya Oblitas, and I'm a resident of Lakewood since 1992. I'm also a parent of a teenager. I ask you to seriously consider the accessibility of e-cigarettes, vaping devices, damages that causes to our teens and our young adults who unknowingly become addicted to nicotine. My daughter is a young adult. She graduated from high school with a high GPA, and she's now 19. She used to hate cigarettes when she was younger, and she used to be very upset and even angry when anybody in our family would smoke. As soon as she graduated high school, her friends at work exposed her to vaping. She's now convinced it's not harmful and it does not cause lung cancer because there's no smoke. These are her own words. She believes that because it does not burn anything, it is not harmful. She knows that these devices have nicotine, but she believes nicotine is good for relaxing. These are, again, her own words. My daughter suffers of anxiety, some panic attacks, and insomnia. It has been a real struggle for our family to find the help that she needs in terms of therapy and prescriptions. After a trip to urgent care and emergency, I felt I had to personally contact her therapist. Only then I learned that vaping was not even discussed in the therapy sessions. It seems that doctors and therapists are aware that nicotine is a stimulant and has a big effect with mental health issues and interact with medications. However, it was not important enough to discuss it on the therapy sessions. My daughter can cheaply and easily buy vapes and thinks it's a coping tool for her and helps her with her anxiety, she says. She and her friends do not understand that, in fact, vaping creates even more anxiety and mental health symptoms and can lead to seriously potential life-threatening health conditions and lung disease. They don't understand vapes interact with their prescription medicines, and they're becoming addictive. I ask that you pass a strong ordinance to reduce access, to educate the community, doctors and other organizations that work with teens and young adults, to help protect our youth from a lifetime of addiction and health hazards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing your story. Charmaine, and then Bart, and then I have Pete Zinke, and then Mindy Mock.
Cool. That is so cool. Hello, we're back. I'm Charmaine Britton. I live at 3083 O'Hare Court, and I'm part of the Citizens for a Healthier Lakewood. You might see all of these yellow stickers out here. We're all in support of this ordinance. And I'm today going to talk to you just a little bit and to set the scene, so to speak, with the coming attractions for what we're going to be talking about tonight. These are recent headlines from various news outlets that I think are real important to pay attention to. The first one is that Juul e-cigarettes pose addiction risk for young users, and we're going to be talking about that. Did you see the freaky sign on the way here on Wadsworth that says flavors, we've got your flavors? Right, who are they targeting? They're targeting young users. The flavors aren't mint, it's bubblegum and raspberry and strawberries. So think about that in terms of e-cigarettes and Juuls. The next headline is about Colorado youth are drinking less but don't seem to know what they're vaping. The previous speaker spoke eloquently about how her daughter's addicted to it and she doesn't even know what she's smoking or bringing in because we don't know. The science isn't there yet by impartial medical journals. Secondly, or the next one is about Governor Hickenlooper declaring vape-free November. It's a public health crisis, and we're going to talk to you more about that. We're also going to talk about how vaping is gradually going younger and younger and getting into middle school, so much so that the quit line now has to serve kids as young as 12 years old. It was 15, and now they're bringing it down to 12. In Jefferson County, this next headline says that vaping is a public health crisis, so we need to do something about that. I want to really spend a couple of seconds talking about this next headline, which says that Marlboro maker Altria takes a stake in the Juul e-cigarette firm. So that means that the Marlboro man has now become the Juul generation. This is their business model. So please, let's do something about it. And my friends and colleagues are going to talk more about it. So thank you.
Thank you. That went fast.
It did. It said stop before it even started.
Bart? Thanks for hanging out.
A little deja vu here. Will Rogers said there's three kinds of lies. There's lies, there's damn lies, and there's statistics. And what you guys have been inundated with is statistics that are fallacious, obtuse, moronic, derivative, and just plain misinformed. The fact is, when you're vaping, what is it that's coming out? Steam. Yes, it has nicotine in it. Yes, nicotine is addictive. Totally different thing than cigarettes. And yet, this fact seems to keep escaping people's recognition. I'll be brief in this. Your proposed ordinance is not effective and it's bad law. And please do not put this into effect. You have laws existing already to deal with teen smoking. No one wants teen smoking. That's a bad customer for us. We don't want teens. We want to be able to legitimately sell our products and help people who are trying to get away from smoking, to enjoy their lives in the way they wish to. However, the way this law is phrased, everything about it, we need to revisit that before it's put into place, and I would ask for your guys' attention in doing so. One quick point on this: there is a provision that only accounts for one location for these vape spots, or for vape shops and cigarette locations. This entirely excludes my business model. I am unable to operate within Lakewood if this goes through. Now, for example, I can operate in Denver County with their retail truck pilot program with no problems. I can operate in Fort Collins. I can operate in Greeley. And for some reason, all of a sudden, because I have this in a trailer and I'm parked outside a retail location, that this becomes all of a sudden a terrible thing. Yet, in no way differs from a brick and mortar store, save for the two wheels under it. We do not do deliveries, anything like that. It is merely a movable location. So I would ask for you guys to remove that portion from it. We don't have a problem with paying licensing fees, although, to be honest, that sounds like a brother-in-law job. But I would just simply ask that that portion would be addressed in order to account for alternative business models that aren't typically going around. But thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it.
Pete, Mindy, Rhonda Valdez, Lynn, Sean Walter, and then Sarah Walter.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Pete Zemke. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. I live at 11695 West 29th Place. I've been a Lakewood resident since 1992. I've got 5 kids, gone through the Lakewood and Wheat Ridge school system. 2 were still in high school. And also assistant scoutmaster for Troop 200 in Golden. And I first stumbled across the e-cigarette. I mean, of course, I heard about it, but it never really hit home until I borrowed my daughter's car one day and found it littered with those little jewel pods. And that started a conversation, found out that she and her whole soccer team were using them. And it's one of these things that doesn't have the stigma that cigarettes does. Like the first speaker spoke about how her daughter hates cigarettes. Well, my daughter hates cigarettes. All my kids hate that look. But they don't feel that stigma that they do with cigarettes, with the e-products. I think you need a couple more barriers to keep people from trying them, or keep people from staying with them once they try them. And it's been proven that if teenagers believe that a product is hard to get, a tobacco product is hard to get, that they're less likely to start it and they're less likely to stay with it. I think you've been referred to the Healthy Kids Colorado study that the State Department does. Nearly 70% of kids who try to buy can buy. And nearly 60% of high school kids in Colorado believe that tobacco products are easy to get. So those are the 2 statistics I'll throw out there. But my 5 kids are not statistics, and they all believe that these things are easy to get. And the scouts that I mentor also believe that they're easy to get. So I believe that adding licensure does a couple of things. One, it does put some pause for the retailer to be a little bit more careful about who they sell to. But I think more importantly, it communicates to the kids that this is something our community is taking seriously. It's not just another flavor of candy. It's something that's real. So I urge you to adopt the ordinance.
Great. Thank you. Mindy? Mindy, Rhonda, Lynn, Sean, and Sarah, who can come down together if you'd like. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Paul and City Council members. My name is Mindy Mock. I'm a resident in Lakewood, in Ward 4. I am a graduate student at the Colorado School of Public Health, and I believe that Lakewood needs to be sure and prohibit the use of self-service displays for all tobacco, nicotine products, and tobacco paraphernalia, except in places where minors are not prohibited access. It reduces youth access to tobacco products like vapes by reducing tobacco theft. In addition, it increases the level of interaction required before a clerk can sell tobacco to a minor by requiring the minor to specifically ask for tobacco and the clerk to consciously provide it. Please be sure to include banning tobacco self-service displays in the Lakewood NCTRL ordinance. And I would also like to make a comment about the secondhand smoke that comes off the e-cigarettes. In 2016, the Surgeon General concluded that the secondhand emissions contain nicotine, ultrafine particles, flavoring such as this, I can't pronounce this, a chemical linked to serious lung disease, volatile organic compounds such as benzene, which is found in car exhaust, and heavy metals such as nickel, tin, and lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rhonda Valdez. I'm a nurse and I work at Wheat Ridge High School. I'm a citizen of Lakewood. I've been to the Ward 5 meetings. I've spoken at those meetings. One of my jobs at my school at Wheat Ridge High School is I'm part of the B team, and what that is, we promote healthy breathing in the schools. I also promote the NOT program, which is not on tobacco. And so what I'm talking about today is I'm applauding the ordinance restriction on licensing establishments within 500 feet of schools. And so I just personally want to say, as far as what this council did years ago when the ordinance was in place to have retail sale of marijuana, and we stopped that, and I think that was an excellent decision, because let's figure that out. Where does it land? By schools. It's going to land in lower socioeconomic areas. And one other thing, when students are in high school, if they're in a 2-mile radius, they do not get bused to school, so they will walk home unless they have a disability or there's some physical need for them to be bused by the school. So they will walk home and they will walk by retail sale. So I applaud Lakewood in being able to, so you just started my time, but I'm gonna finish early. That's okay.
I'm not the time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Forgive me. Okay.
Hey.
Sorry about that. Okay. Heaven. Anyway, but I just think, it's going to end up in a lower socioeconomic area because that's where the retail sale will be, and youth will walk by there. And really, the whole idea is to protect our children. I mean, so if we raise the age to 21, we're protecting literally our 14 and 15 and 16-year-olds. If it's 18, well, who are you protecting? Maybe the 12-year-olds right now? So that's why I applaud the 21 legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn? Did Lynn leave? She must have left. The Walters, tag team. Good evening. And you both can have 3 minutes. We'll set it at 6 if you'd like, since you're both signed up. Mm-hmm.
Dear Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Sean Walter, resident and small business owner in Lakewood, Colorado. I stand here today not in opposition to the license, but to express concerns and to give perspective. I own VapeWise on Jewel and Kipling, which is a vape shop. We are proactive in conducting responsible age-restricted business. As such, we are in alignment with wanting to do our part in curbing youth use. Since youth use has gained momentum, we have changed our business model from being an age-restricted product to becoming an age-restricted establishment. There's nothing more we want than to have a happier and healthier community here in Lakewood, Colorado. I smoked combustible cigarettes for 18 years before I was able to quit by using a vape pen. This is why we wanted to bring this harm reduction tool to the 20% or so of adult smokers, and to offer them the same experience and lifestyle that we now have. I understand that you feel this license will help aid in diminishing youth use, and I certainly hope the outcome will be what is being sought. I know this is supposed to be a financially punishable deterrent for businesses, and for some it may be. But this license doesn't address the root of the problem, which is social means of access. My concern doesn't lie within the requirement of the license itself. My concern is that this is just a stepping stone into other forms of legislation that will punish me or put me out of business if the desired goal is not met. To ensure my business isn't affected by future legislation due to other individuals' actions, I plead to you that you also enact some sort of minor in possession law. It doesn't have to be on their record, but some sort of disciplinary action like community service or a small fine, and mandating schools to inform their parents of the use would make great strides in accomplishing the goal by addressing other access issues. There are only two types of underage users: youth users whose parents knowingly allow them to use these products, and youth users whose parents aren't informed that their children are using these products. The minor in possession laws will address these social means of access, and it will limit the introduction of these products to other youth through association.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Sarah Walter. I'm also a resident and small business owner in Lakewood, Colorado. I don't believe licensing will solve all the issues with which is youth use. And I wanted to touch more on the social means of access. It's access to these products through friends and family. I have personally denied sales to parents who were trying to purchase products from my vape shop for their kids. I have also kicked out small groups of friends trying to purchase for their other friends. I don't doubt that minors have been successful in purchasing these products from retailers, but the majority of acquisition, in my opinion, has been through other streams of access. I truly believe that a minor in possession law would prevent more youth use than any legislation. This will get the uninformed parents involved, and it will lay ground rules for the informed parents. It'll also deter other youth and non-users because they don't want to be disciplined. Another concern I have regarding the licensing is the severity of the first offense. For a vape shop like mine and many other specialty shops, not being able to sell non-tobacco products would shut us completely down for 7 days. We are not a retailer that sells anything except for vape products. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, and then Wilma Jones, Susan Coronado, and Diana, Michael McLaughlin, Kristen Kidd, Jody Radke. Greetings.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Ron Jones, speaking on behalf of the Citizens for a Healthier Lakewood, which I'm honored to speak for and represent. Thank you, team. I'm addressing data from the Jefferson County Health Needs Assessment, or CHINA report, published in 2018, and in particular 2017 Healthy Kids Colorado survey information. First, a word about the Jeffco CHINA, whose 2018 report can be found on the Jefferson County website. The Colorado Public Health Act of 2008 required a health assessment every 5 years that evolved into a health needs assessment every 3 years by public and nonprofit health organizations. Consequently, a partnership was formed by Jefferson County Public Health, Centura Health, which is St. Anthony's Hospital, SCL Health, which is Lutheran Hospital, to produce these reports. I encourage everybody to at least scan this CHINA website. Tobacco and vaping emerged. Tobacco in all its forms and vaping emerged as a top priority in the Jeffco CHINA. I'd like to frame my following comments on the rise and fall and rise again of tobacco products. That is, the falling of cigarette use and the rising of vaping. In 1964, the Surgeon General's report required warning labels on cigarette packages. thus began the fall of cigarette use. Cigarette users dropped from 43% of Americans in 1964 to 16.8% 50 years later in 2015 to 8.6% in 2018. 2018 figures included data from youth as well. At the same time in 1965, Councilor Roybal helped me understand the alternative offered for cigarettes, the liquidization of an organic product that then can be inhaled. Chemical inhalation of nicotine was dubbed vaping. So this may be of interest in looking at the cigar thing. Any organic material that can be liquidized then can be vaped and taken into the system. It's still nicotine. By 2017, the Healthy Kids Colorado survey reported that the proportion of Colorado high school students who have ever tried vaping increased by more than 200%. Between 2013 and 17, shockingly...
Time's up, sir.
Excuse me. Thank you.
No, thank you. Wilma? Suzanne? Diana? Good evening.
Evening. Mayor and council members, I'm Wilma Jones from Citizen for a Healthy Lakewood. You can see that. I think Lakewood should increase the clerk age to sell and handle tobacco to the minimum age that's allowed to buy, which is 18 or higher. Employees who are not of legal age to purchase tobacco products are not allowed to sell, stock, or retrieve non-cigarette tobacco or nicotine products during the course of their employment. It's the same for selling alcohol. It should be the same for tobacco. Why do we want someone who can't legally purchase those substances to peddle those products? The other thing, the underage clerks often serve as a source of tobacco for their friends and other peers. We all know peer pressure is very strong among teenagers. And I guess I have a question. Did any of you trying to be helpful to your friends or acquaintances? So teenagers are human beings too. They're trying to be helpful. They're trying to be, helpful to their friends. Sometimes it's due to pressure. Suppose I have a nephew who works for the corner store that happens to sell tobacco products. He probably would sell for whatever reason. Could be a bully from the school, could also be his friends. What I'm trying to say is, if we really want to help the kid, do not let kid age younger than 18 to sell those products. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne? Good evening. Welcome. And then Diana and Michael, Kristen, Jody, Jeanette.
Hi there. My name's Suzanne Coronado. I'm a Ward 4 citizen here in Lakewood. So I'm going to make some brief comments of my own, and I'm also going to include some comments of a young supporter and her mom who had to leave. So I'm going to put this, can I put this?
Yeah, you bet.
Is it light up or something?
We'll get it going.
Okay. So you can see this is from Alexis Osaka, who is a second grader at the Jeffco Open School. And I want to make sure you see the back side too. And from her mother, Lynette Namba. We good? Okay. I'm going to read her statement. Lakewood City Council and Mayor Paul. I'm Lynette Namba with Citizens for a Healthier Lakewood, and I fully support passing the non-cigarette tobacco retailer licensing ordinance. At the City Council study session on the ordinance, Council had considered giving Lakewood age-restricted locations an exemption from the ordinance. Thank you for not including exemptions of any category of retailer, as no retailer, particularly those who have sold to minors, should be excluded. Exemptions also complicate enforcement, and no other community with TRL has exemptions. To make the policy even stronger, I urge you to include suspension guidelines, for example, removal of all product from the public eye during the suspension period, and consider permanent revocation for retailers who have had multiple revocations or who continue to sell without a license. Retailers make a lot of money selling tobacco products. Not allowing retailers to continue profiting from them will be a big incentive to comply with this ordinance and current laws in order to help protect minors. Too many youth are already addicted to nicotine products that are purchased in Lakewood stores. Act now to stop this from happening in our community. So that is from Lynette Namba. And then my comments, I want to first thank you all for all of your time and speaking to us personally and here in this council in support of this ordinance. I just wanted to leave you with a few statistics about youth vaping in Colorado. While youth cigarette consumption has declined in recent years, the number of youth using e-cigarettes has increased dramatically, which is jeopardizing this progress and reducing the nicotine use of our youth. From 2013 and 14, national use of electronic smoking devices has tripled among U.S. middle and high school students. Colorado is way above the national average, more than twice the national average. I'm sure you're aware of that statistic already. And national studies suggest that youth who use e-cigarettes are more likely to use cigarettes and other combustible tobacco products, even if they've never smoked before. So as the parent of a teen in Lakewood, I urge you to put a strong ordinance in place for all non-cigarette tobacco products. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for sharing, Lynette's. Make sure that you get that back to her. Diana, good evening.
Hi, my name is Diana Meyer, a Master's of Public Health and Epidemiology, and I'm a member of the Citizens for Healthier Lakewood. Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and thank you. Tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, contain nicotine, a highly addictive substance that is unsafe in any form. It's just as hard to quit nicotine as it is heroin, and youth are more susceptible to nicotine dependence than adults. Youth that smoke are more likely to become daily smokers and smoke more heavily as adults. The Juul products contain a whole pack of cigarettes worth of nicotine. So one of these 4 flavor pods equals a whole pack of cigarettes of nicotine. And some of the Jeffco youth have reported to go through multiple pods a day. So we have a major epidemic, and these statistics are about health and well-being. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Michael? Good evening.
Good evening. I am Michael McLaughlin, a resident of Ward 1 in Lakewood. Lakewood's tobacco retail licensing should include 2 compliance checks for sales to underage purchasers. A recent study by UC Denver shows that sales to minors violations is higher than the FDA reported because the FDA lacks the capacity to do recommended number of checks. The study found that most retailers, 55%, violated at least 1 in 6 visits, 24% violated at least twice, and 12% violated 3 or more times. State laws that are designed to prohibit retailers from illegally selling tobacco to underage consumers are not working. According to an article in the Journal of Nicotine and Tobacco Research, 16.8% of retailers were in violation. The rate was similar for second visits. Colorado research shows that more than 68% of youth under the age of 18 who attempt to buy tobacco products can complete the transaction. Enforcement of local laws must be more comprehensive in Lakewood. Lakewood's tobacco retail licensing should include 2 checks for violating using an underage person and repeat checks for violators. With only one check per year, it will not be possible to identify the repeat offenders. The repeat checks will identify retailers having repeat violations. Without repeat checks, it is not possible to identify retailers who violate 3 times, which would result in the loss of the license. Retailers selling tobacco products without checking ID is higher where the perception is that the enforcement is low, according to a 2016 article in the Addiction Journal. Therefore, there needs to be an awareness among retailers that compliance checks happen and there will be penalties for violations that come with frequent checks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen. Good evening.
Good evening.
Jody,
are
Jeanette,
troopers.
and then Robert. This
So-
is early for us.
I heard you went to like midnight.
2.
Bless all of you.
One, two.
You earn every bit of the money you get doing this. Haha, I know. So my name is Kristen Kidd. I am a Lakewood resident. I live in Ward 5, and it's kind of fortuitous that I'm following Michael, who just spoke, because I want to talk a little bit more about the language as it's currently written in code right now or in the draft, where it talks about the violation period. The language is a little wonky. It talks about that if you have one violation in 1 year, the second violation in 1 year, third violation in 3 years. So I'd like to encourage you to stick with that, the language you've got in that third violation, and consider a look-back period of 3 years. Because right now you have in your code that the enforcement checks will happen 1 time a year. So that means after that year is up, slate is wiped clean. So you're not going to catch the recidivists who continue to sell. Those retailers that don't sell to minors, which I think a lot of them are here tonight, it's going to be inconsequential to them because they're following the law. We're interested in going after those people that continue to sell to minors, and they do exist in Lakewood. We had a retailer in 2017 on Colfax that had 6 violations with the FDA, and finally, after the 6th violation, they were given a no tobacco sales order. So I believe that's all I wanted to say about that. I do want to say about the confusion over the language, over the definition, and when to include cigars with cigarettes. The state definition for cigarettes does not include cigar. The FDA definition for cigarettes does not include cigar. Cigar is classified as an OTP, other tobacco product. So I would encourage you to consider at least the state definition. And there is an outstanding attorney at the Colorado School of Public Health. She works with the national organization, the Legal Tobacco Consortium. She was also at the Lung Association formerly. She'd be happy to work with you to give you the best language, the evidence-based language, the language that will hold in a court of law. So you don't have to worry about where the commas go and where electronic goes with hookah and all these other products. And she's free. Thank you very much.
Jody? Good evening. Welcome, Jeanette. Jody. Nope, Jeanette, Robert, Diane. And we'll keep going.
Evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jody Radke. I'm the Regional Director with the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for leading the way in protecting both Lakewood and Colorado's kids this evening. It's a bold step forward, and we appreciate it. We submitted on behalf of my organization a letter to you last fall outlining the various requirements and provisions we consider to be effective in terms of creating a licensure system, which include the things that were mentioned earlier around required number of compliance checks along with suspension and revocation. So I won't repeat those, although I will just say that we support those. We know that effective, strongly enforced licensure systems work and keep these products out of the hands of kids. Specifically, what I'd like to draw your attention to this evening, and I know you mentioned it earlier, Mayor, is around what Kristen just noted around the definitional change of cigarettes and cigars. And we would advocate and urge you strongly to ensure that they are included. Specifically looking at the data for compliance checks within the city of Lakewood in the year of 2017, 79% of your retailers that were checked were found to be in compliance, and 57% of those sales were sales to a young person that were purchasing cigars and or smokeless products. And a number of them, of course, including e-cigarettes and the new vaping devices. In 2018, there was a moderate improvement there. In 2018, the city of Lakewood, there was an 84% compliance amongst the retailers that were checked, and about 22% of the products that were successfully purchased by kids were cigars. So it's an important provision to include. We urge you to include them and not exempt them. It's also at a time when we're seeing nationally across the country, cigars are now surpassing use rates amongst our kids. There's surpassed rates within 30 states. Colorado is one of those states. Because the city of Lakewood also in licensure requirements, I know you are all familiar with the cigarette provision that exists in the forfeiture of shareback, but since cigars are not included in that and they are classified under state definitions as an other tobacco product, you would not forfeit anything by including cigars in that definition as well. The last point that I just wanted to address made by the vaping industry related to possession laws specifically, we see these ordinances and these state laws being discussed across the country nationwide. And what I'd like to just say is that possession laws have data that demonstrates they are ineffective with use rates, and it's often an industry tactic to divert attention away from the retailer and to the youth. So we would strongly recommend that you use evidence-based policies that actually have demonstrated data that show it reduces use rates amongst our kids. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jeanette? Jasmine? On Jasmine Street? Okay. Mr. South, Ms. Duffy, Ms. Wynn, Tracy Doyle, and Shauna. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. I'm Robert South. I own Bud's House of Vape over here off of Colfax. Been operating since March of 15. I think Dana, you've been in my store. You came in one time. I remember your face and your name. And as she can attest, I've not once ever sold a jewel, okay? We are open tank system companies. That's vape shops. And even, I don't know how this thing works, but I want to show you a statement from Scott Gottlieb himself, head of our FDA through the nation. And there's also statements from Mr. Zeller, who is head of the CDC. And basically, sorry. Is that right? Okay. As you can see there, and this is real quick, I came up with this just today, and I'm trying to run my own business, and I work it. I don't, you know what I mean? So, right there it says, our comprehensive tobacco plan to combat the ill effects of smoking was founded on a central animating principle. That what primarily causes death and disease from tobacco use isn't the nicotine in these products. It's not the nicotine itself that causes cancer. It's not the nicotine that is addictive as heroin, as I've heard people say. I was addicted to drugs for 5 years of my life that I will never get back. I was raised with bikers. I am a biker brat, not a military brat, a biker brat, okay? This is nowhere near as addictive as drugs, okay? It's nicotine. In small amounts, it's very good for you. And if this is such a bad thing, I agree with you. No kid should ever vape or do anything addictive, especially triple shot lattes at Starbucks, because that will get them going. And if you do your research, kids have died from Monster drinks and all this other stuff. Is that regulated? No. My 12-year-old daughter can go down to the store and buy 5 of them if she wanted today, right now. And kids have died from that stuff. Actually died. I got close. I survived drugs. I got a house. I got a business that I feel that these public health people are trying to rob me from because of the bad choices I made as a kid. When I was a kid, the ice cream man would come around and sell us some Lucky Strike imitation candy cigarettes. Now, some of you guys probably remember these. Remember running around acting like you was smoking because mom and dad smoked? And one thing I can tell you is if you can get the adults to quit, the kids will follow suit. Thank you. And I will leave you guys copies of all this stuff, and if you need, get a hold of me. I'll show you real stuff, real proof. It works.
Thank you. Mr. South. Ms. Duffy, come on down. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. As you'll remember, last fall, I chaired the committee that brought you this. You charged us with a larger topic. We've talked a lot about vaping tonight, but what you gave us was youth tobacco. And that's what we looked at. It's taken a long time. I'm so glad we're on second reading of the ordinance. But we did so much research. It did take us a while, but the topic really deserved all the time that we spent on this. Youth tobacco. And I'm not going to go back through what we presented. That was last fall. You've read all of that. But we specifically, in our recommendations, and we gave you a presentation on why we recommended non-cigarette tobacco licensing. Now, this is an area that's really wide and it changes rapidly. And there's a lot of different things, cigars, other types of tobacco and the vaping and the e-cigarettes. And I have no idea what they're going to come up with next. So that's why we left it so open. On page 3 of the document that you probably still have that we gave you, the Colorado statute they give a definition of cigarettes. And what we looked at, because you talked to us about youth tobacco use. And so because of the extensive regulation and taxation of cigarettes, and cigarettes are defined within the Colorado statutes, we recommended that you not license cigarettes, but non-cigarette tobacco products. I don't know how you could put everything that is in existence today and that is going to be coming in your ordinance and try and regulate it. That's why we left it open as a broad term, but that's for you to decide. There's been a lot of discussion in the news about the FDA coming down with regulations. It's important that Lakewood deal with this now. We can't wait for the FDA. Now, as someone earlier alluded to, Altera, the big cigarette company, bought 35% of Juul. That means Juul is not a babe in the woods anymore. They now have the resources for sales, distribution. They have all the legal resources available to the tobacco companies to try and keep their products on the shelves. This is something that we feel strongly about here in Lakewood, and we're really glad you're taking up this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Wynn? Mr. Wynn? And then Tracy. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kai Nguyen. I live and work in Ward 1 of Lakewood, and I am here as a tobacco prevention policy specialist. So I just wanted to thank you for looking at this and going through this process of researching health policies that can help prevent and reduce youth initiation and use of all forms of tobacco. And I just wanted to make sure that we talked a little bit about the effectiveness of similar tobacco retail licensing ordinances in other communities that have passed it, so that we discuss evaluations of other communities that have done it. So this is just a list of some evaluations that the American Lung...
Push it over a little bit, or...
American Lung Association and the Center for Tobacco Policy conducted in...
Center, yep.
Oh, sorry. There you go. This list has 41 communities that were looked at, and this right column is youth sales rate before ordinance and most recent. So you can see when they were passed, and out of the 41 on this list, 40 did see a reduction in the youth sales rate after the ordinance passed. I also wanted to share a very recent academic article in the American Academy of Pediatrics journal that just came out this month in January. It's back. As you can see under results, just a brief summary that participants that lived in jurisdictions with A grades, meaning very strong retail licensing ordinances, had lower odds of ever cigarette use, past 30-day cigarette use, as well as later in the paragraph you can see lower odds of e-cigarette initiation at follow-up initiation with past 30-day use than jurisdictions that received a D or F grade, which means that they didn't have an ordinance in place. So I can leave this with you, or you can ask further questions, but I wanted to make sure to present the public health rationale behind it and offer, our services and expertise if this is something that you decide to adopt in terms of implementation and enforcement from experience working with other communities who have done the same.
Great, thank you. Tracy? And then Shauna, and then Jennifer. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Doyle. I'm with the Colorado School of Public Health. I work in the tobacco program there. Earlier today, I believe you received an email from Lainey Goodell. She's not able to be here tonight, but I was asked to read excerpts from her email. She states, I am the former lead program coordinator for the FDA Tobacco Retail Compliance Check Enforcement Program under contract with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. During the 4 years I spent with the program, it became abundantly clear the essential role that local law enforcement plays in tobacco enforcement. While federal and state enforcement also plays an important role, the combination of the enforcement triangle creates a well-rounded approach. Local enforcement is respected within the community in a way that state and federal agencies cannot be given the geographic separation. When local retailers know local law enforcement is invested in the regulation of tobacco products to minors, it becomes a partnership. It is essential that additional provisions be included. For instance, self-service displays are incredibly easy targets for minors. By simply choosing a product and placing it and the money on the counter, a minor is often able to circumvent the ID check process. Other provisions that should be mandatory for effective local tobacco enforcement include ensuring that clerks are of legal smoking age to sell products and keeping tobacco retailers at a certain distance from schools. The rationale part of the human brain is not fully developed until about age 25. When I was teaching, that was readily apparent in the teenagers in my classroom. They were often impulsive and prone to satisfying curiosity instead of cautiously approaching a new experience. That is why it is essential to protect minors from the appeal of brightly colored, intriguingly flavored products in self-service displays, keeping tobacco retailers, both combustible and vape, at a clear distance from schools and ensuring that clerks are above the legal age. The last component to make an effective local enforcement program is strong, meaningful consequences for selling tobacco products to minors. The federal and state programs both start with a warning. Tobacco regulation has been in effect since 2009. 10 years of warning is more than enough. It's important to ensure that there are effective consequences for first-time offenders to ensure the consequences are a real deterrent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, come on down. And then Jennifer. Then if you didn't sign up and you wish to speak, please come over and see Ms. Greer and put your name on. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Paul, and council members. It's lovely to see you tonight. So I'm here representing Jefferson County Parent-Teacher Association tonight. So we're a membership organization with representing approximately 10,000 parents here and family members in Jefferson County. Your concern about youth access to tobacco products is to be applauded. In August 2018, the Jefferson County Board of Health passed a resolution designating youth vaping as a public health crisis in our county. And in September 2018, the FDA declared the teenage use of electronic cigarettes has reached an epidemic proportion. The most popular youth electronic vaping device is the Juul. You've talked about that. You have all the facts about that. I'm not going to read you the letter that we've sent you previously, but I hope you will review it. We, of course, support everything behind this. Now, talking to you as a mother of a Lakewood Tiger, so she's a 9th grader at Lakewood High School, which I want to make clear is a very, very good school, which, and I'm very proud of our amazing principal being here tonight too. I wanted to bring her tonight, but she had practice for the musical, which I hope you'll also come see and support. So yeah, kudos for that. And kids, it's pretty amazing to hear as a student who was talking earlier. It's rampant. So you can't go to a bathroom, so at a school. And the first time we were exposed to this was actually in middle school when she was in 7th grade. And she's a year young for her grade, so because she skipped a grade in elementary school. So she was exposed to this as an 11-year-old. So, and that's not okay. So we do need your partnership. So City Council, we need the business community's partnership as well in this. So to make it stop. As a mother who's seeing it, and my daughter is telling me kids think it's no big deal. As a mom who has friends who vape trying to quit smoking, it smells amazing. So, but that's not really the purpose, but it is attracting our kids. And then also as the daughter of 2 smokers since their college years, perhaps even high school, I am now watching my mother, so with COPD and emphysema. Those are the impacts. So she can't walk 10 feet without oxygen. So I don't want it for my daughter, but I need your help. We need to make it stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Ms. Yates?
Good evening. My name's Jennifer Yates. I grew up in Lakewood. I'm now a resident of Wheat Ridge, where I have 3 students at Wheat Ridge High School. I am here tonight because this is important to all of our local communities, and we all need to stand up and protect our kids. And just for the record, I am informed. I've been part of Tobacco Coalition and vaping causes for a year or 2, and I did not purchase these for my kids. I confiscated them from them. Thank you for being leaders in charge to protect our children. It is frustrating that things have to reach epidemic proportion before a change is made. From the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Colorado youth are vaping nicotine at nearly twice the national average. More than 90% of vaping products, when tested, were found to contain nicotine. Nicotine has a negative effect on adolescent brain development, causing lasting cognitive and behavioral impairments, including effects on working memory and attention. That's a problem when they're in school. A study of 12th grade students who had never smoked a cigarette found that those who reported recent vaping were nearly 5 times more likely to take up smoking 1 year later. These products are easy to acquire, and then they're sold and resold in our schools. Teachers know it's happening in their classrooms, but they're powerless to stop it because a lot of these products are made to be concealed, easily concealed. Hopefully the state and our communities will stand up and change the legal age to 21 to fully protect our children, because 18-year-olds are still in our high schools purchasing these. And it will make it harder to circulate vape products in our schools. Please support licensing of all retailers who sell vape and nicotine products. The industry needs to be held accountable, and this will serve as a deterrent to selling to those that are not of legal age. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Bach? Getting extra credit tonight. Only an hour over past due.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Welcome.
It's nice being here and talking about something else with you guys for once. You know what I mean? Dear Mayor Paul and the members of this Lakewood City Council, as a citizen of Lakewood and the proud principal at Lakewood High School, I want to personally thank you for your dedication to the citizens of our wonderful city. As our community continues to grow and change, I urge you to consider strengthening ordinances that help our community health thrive. Specifically, I encourage you to consider strengthening policies that affect our children and our young adults in Lakewood, and specifically regarding the newest in nicotine and tobacco devices, vapes, also called e-cigarettes and sometimes called pods, as they are most frequently described by students. Please consider voting in favor for the non-cigarette tobacco retail licensing ordinance, which will introduce local policies to reduce youth access and allow the city to ask retailers to be responsible partners in community health. This will allow the city of Lakewood to hold retailers in our community accountable if they choose not to abide by the city ordinance. For the health of our youngest and most fragile members of our community, passing this ordinance is just one step in combating nicotine and tobacco in our community. Let's talk about Lakewood specifically. It is much like any other high school in our city and those throughout the state and nation. When visiting a bathroom at Lakewood, it is not uncommon to find a vape cartridge on the floor in the trash. Students at our school can sometimes be seen walking home from a day of learning, puffing from an e-cigarette. And we certainly know that kids have snuck a puff from a vape in class. Sadly, we are not alone. According to a Colorado Department of Public Health report from July 2018, 27% of high school students statewide vape nicotine versus 7% who smoke cigarettes. That's nearly a third of all students are using some nicotine product statewide. This report suggests that nicotine has a negative effect on the adolescent brain causing lasting cognitive and behavioral impairments, including effects of working memory and attention. Studies have shown that vape products can contain dangerous toxins, including heavy metals and chemicals known to cause cancer and other diseases. And again, that's from the Colorado Department of Public Health, not from Danbach. Vaping is counterproductive to the work that we do in schools every day in terms of student learning and retaining learning. Our schools face challenges when our students continue to access e-cigarettes and other vaping products conveniently and without local regulations. As a school community, we work with students and families to educate about the harms of vaping, smoking, and nicotine. Recently, Jefferson County Public Schools released a video featuring Dr. Glass, our superintendent, addressing the many concerns and harms of e-cigarettes and nicotine. These vaping devices are small, sleek, often scentless, and widely available at retailers and online. More critically, users inhale a cocktail of nicotine and other chemicals created by nicotine salts. In Juuls, the most popular brand, nearly 70% of the market share, nicotine is delivered at nearly 3 times the rate of even cigarettes. These are highly addictive devices, and students who use them are nearly 5 times more likely, as we heard earlier, to become smokers within a year. This trend in vaping is clearly harmful to our children. Thank you for your time, and I encourage you to vote for the non-cigarette tobacco retailer licensing ordinance to protect our city's youth. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? I will now close public comment and ask for a motion, please.
Mayor Paul, I move for the adoption of ordinance 0-2019-1 on second and final reading.
I second.
All right, so we have a first and second. Let's begin discussion. I think you heard a little bit of a preview earlier. There may be a couple different things that probably need a little bit of clarification. I want to thank all of our youth folks and the folks that have been a part of this from the beginning, our industry folks, and certainly our ACIC. If you're with the ACIC, LAC, sorry, raise your hand and who's been or was part of this. Thank you all very much. This is pretty cool. So I will throw out one thing for discussion that I think we certainly need to look at. And I had brought it up before, and it was actually surprising when I brought it up. I received quite a few emails from folks saying, how dare you don't care about the children, whereas I've supported this from the beginning. However, there are some conflicting words that deal with stores who only sell vapes or only sell cigarettes or cigars, in that, one, they're age restricted already, and two, how do they remove their display when that's all that they do display? So I think council needs to try to certainly address that. We also received some information from another citizen with some grammatical type cleanups, and then another a citizen reminded us that the state legislature is also taking this up. However, it was the thought that this council would still proceed. We are a home rule city, but it'll be interesting to see down the line what the state of Colorado also comes up with. So as someone who was part of our first smoking ordinance and now part 2, I certainly understand the passion, but I think it's important that we try to balance this, for sure, the safety of our kids, but also adults and their abilities as well. So I will start with Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first I want to thank all of you who came to speak. I appreciate all of your input. There's actually good news tonight, and that is that cigarette smoking is going down. That is great. The bad news is that we've got a new technology, a new product on the line that's taking that place. And I think, actually, I am not a person that really gets excited about regulation. But in this case, I will be supporting this ordinance. I think it's important for our public health, safety, and welfare. And as you mentioned, the state legislature is looking at something. There's the bill that's out there is 1083. I don't see that should stop us from going forward. After they address what they're going to do, then we can change ours to accommodate that, or at least look at what we've got. And as you mentioned, we are a home rule city. And at this point, Colorado Municipal League is actually monitoring that bill. So there are likely going to be a lot of amendments and changes anyway. Unfortunately, there are people out there that will make a quick buck, and they'll make it on the backs of our children. And I say our children because one lady came up and talked about our children. It's not your kids, it's not my kids, it is our children. I can remember when Hillary Clinton said it takes a village to raise a child. I actually happen to believe that, I endorse that, and I support that concept. I would like to see if this body would support an amendment that would actually talk about no vaping products in public space. Number 1, that's not in here or in our ordinance. And also, when I looked at the definitions under schools, it did not mention daycare. I don't know if that's something that we need to actually add to our language or not, but I'd at least like us to look at that. I'd like to have more information about the minor in possession. I think that's worthy of ongoing discussion, frankly. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay. I guess I'm a little bit confused. What is the age, Margie, that you have to be in order to sell liquor products, hard liquor?
Well, so sorry, sir. That's okay.
21.
To sell liquor, what is the age for that?
21.
21, okay. And for tobacco, the age is?
We're suggesting 18.
Well, I think it's at least worth something to look at, that the age maybe should be 21, frankly. This might not be a perfect ordinance. It sounds like we've got some tweaking to do tonight, but I believe it's a start in the right direction, and we need to go forward with it. Actually, I am so appreciative of your enthusiasm. And after this ordinance is passed, I would ask those of you who have passion for this to at least be open to give some thoughts to the effects of marijuana on our youth as well. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask Mr. Cox for a clarifier. Is vaping included in our smoking ordinance? So I think I've seen signs that do include.
and I'm reading here from the, speaking from someone else's microphone and reading from the definition of non-cigarette tobacco product, which is kind of the heart of this. I'm sorry, we lost the.
What did we lose?
The definitions. There we go. There we go. It's a lengthy definition, but it says it means and includes any product other than a cigarette that contains tobacco or nicotine, or is made or derived from tobacco and is intended or expected to be ingested, smoked, inhaled, placed in oral or nasal cavities, or applied to the skin, including hookah or shisha, as well as electronic devices that can be used to deliver nicotine to the person using the device, including but not limited to an electronic cigarette. And then the sentence goes on from there, as we discussed earlier. So
I guess my question, if I heard Councilor Johnson correct, does it fall under the Clean Indoor Act that we have adopted, as far as, because I thought in one of our previous updates we included vaping into our ordinance that also prohibits consumption in buildings, restaurants, which would expand to RTD, bus stops, light rail, wherever the city has prohibited, baseball fields, rec centers. I thought that was included. And if it's not, that's probably where that piece would need to go.
for the use in public spaces, I agree. We have an ordinance to that effect for other types of smoking. I think, Margie, you're looking it up? No. Trying to.
Okay.
I think that may have come up as a suggestion. I don't remember that we actually went back and amended that ordinance to include vaping, but we can certainly.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, it's worth a shot, because for some reason I thought that was brought before us and was included, but I could be way wrong. But while she's looking, we'll keep going. Councilor Franks?
I got busted looking at the ordinance online, so it's quite lengthy. The first thing I wanted to address was a woman had come forward talking about maybe the clerk who was handling the product, and I just wanted to call out that in section 5.06.040 section B, the minimum age for persons handling non-cigarette tobacco products is 18. So I just wanted to clarify that point, that that's already in the information that we're considering tonight. The second thing is I'm trying to get a little bit of clarity on a couple things. One is really related to the retailer, and if the retailer is established and they're licensed, and then let's say they're in a strip mall, and a year or two later, a charter school that maybe serves K through 8 leases space within 500 feet of them. I want to understand how that impacts the retailer who was there first, is licensed, maybe doing their part. How do they get impacted in that structure?
Of course, Margie, did you want to address that, or?
Sure, and I think if you look at section 5.06.030 A3, it's similar to that, because we have kind of grandfathered in those that currently exist within 500 feet of the school, because we can't go in and tell them right now you have to stop when this has been their business all along. So if a school moves in to within 500 feet of one of those locations would still be permitted to sell.
Well, I read that and I just wasn't sure when it said valid on the effective date of this chapter. So I wasn't sure if that meant that and backwards or that and forward. So I was just trying to understand. So really this protects them. If they're there first and they're established, then they can't be. Okay, that just the language, since I didn't know quite how to interpret that, but it sounds like you've already got that covered.
It's pretty much the same thing we did with medical marijuana.
Okay.
Because we did have a school move in after a marijuana shop was in place, one of our dispensaries, and they can continue selling because it's when they first opened their business that happened.
Okay, and is there some type of a communication to that school that where they know that it can't be something that they can't basically petition to have that business? So
We actually did have that conversation when they moved in.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilor Skilling?
Let me get to you had mentioned earlier the grammatical comments we had from one of our citizens who pointed out, and some of those have been addressed. In fact, I think all have been addressed, other than in 5.06.090C. Let me know when you're with me there, Mr. Cox. 5.06.090C, and so that starts out with the reference to a husband and wife, and it's been noted by at least one citizen that we should probably change that to spouses instead of husband and wife.
Yeah, I think that's probably adequate to address that issue, is to just make that change.
Right. That would do it. I think that's the only place. There was some other spots, but I think we had copied you on this, on one of these emails, and so I think so thank you for fixing all of those other typos. I had a question. The way our definitions, and you and I have spoken about this, and so I think all of council maybe needs to weigh in if that's appropriate, but the non-cigarette tobacco product definition, unless I'm wrong, would include things like smokeless tobacco, chew, all of that. Is that accurate?
I think the definition of non-cigarette tobacco product as currently written is broad enough to encompass that form of tobacco.
So this ordinance would actually be regulating chew in addition to Juul and all of the electronic products that have been the main focus of this.
As a form of tobacco that's not a cigarette. That's the simplest way to draw the line, I guess. Yeah. Whether that's council's desire or not is another question, but as it's written now, that would include that in the legislation.
Okay. The other point, and I wasn't too clear, but now I am clear from the public comment, the look back provision that we have written in there, as I understand it, in 5.06.120F, the suggestion is that we do the 3-year look back on all of those, meaning so if you have a violation within that first year, you're still on the hook for the next 3, or the next 2 after that, if I understand that correctly. So you'd be the suggestion, and I think we've heard it more than once, is to change the 1 year on each of those. If you look at that 5.06.120F, the language there in 1, 2, and 3 would change from 1 year to 3-year period on each of those, I suppose, is the suggestion. And I guess all of my comments are merely clarifying things for council, some of the issues that we had picked up.
Thank you. And just for reference, it looks like we do cover in our smoking ordinance in chapter 9.38 of the code, we do list electronic smoking device, and that's also listed as a banned use in everywhere else that you can smoke. So you may want to still review it, but it is, as far as I can tell, included in that. Yep. Councilor Vincent?
Within F, I have a question also, because it doesn't part of the paragraph of F does not seem to support what 1, 2, and 3 say to me, because I remember we had a lengthy discussion about having some flexibility with the hearing officer. So that's what it says when the actual sanction can vary from the guidelines when warranted. Then it goes on to say for a first offense. What I was unclear on, or what I need some more verbiage around maybe, is do we still allow a fair hearing, or do they automatically, if they're found, go into a first offense for 7 days?
that first offense for 7 days or any of the offenses is given to them by the hearing officer.
Okay, but does the hearing officer have the do they have to go right into that? Or indeed, can they make a determination prior? But once they're found to have a first offense, then that's...
Actually, the way it's written, these are all suggested guidelines, and they're very similar. Those suggestions are similar to the liquor code. Is that the hearing officer actually gets to look at aggravating and mitigating circumstances to decide those. Those are strictly guidelines.
Would it be possible to put in, or maybe nobody else sees that, verbiage to that effect, guidelines are proposed? Because my fear is that somebody's going to say XYZ vaping company was found to have sold, to a minor, therefore they should be suspended for 7 days. But what you're saying, and what I'm understanding, is the hearing officer could say, you don't have to get 7 days. And it doesn't really say, to me anyway,
Well,
that...
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, the first sentence says the hearing officer shall consider the following non-binding guidelines in determining whether to suspend or revoke a license in case of a suspension, et cetera. So they're non-binding guidelines, and it's really up to but they're suggestions. I know our hearing officer that we have for liquor hearings usually follows them pretty well, but sometimes, like I said, there's they bring in evidence and there's mitigating circumstances, and sometimes he's not as heavy-handed.
Okay. If everybody's comfortable with that, I'm fine. And then a 3-year look back is fine with me too. I can see where people who are very active non-vaping or electronic cigarettes could perhaps use this, saying we're not being strict enough. Here it says right here in the ordinance. Okay.
Well, and in liquor, and I said liquor code, and I apologize, that's not true. Their guidelines are not in their code. It's guidelines that have been adopted by the hearing officer.
Okay.
And are pretty standard throughout the industry.
Do we have others, or can I address one more? Because I had the cigar. So there seemed to be a couple differences on the cigar issue also. And at the very beginning, within the ordinance, it addresses that the tobacco, this does not include cigars, cigars. And then later, it says that it does include cigars, or that's the way I read it. And I think Councilor Abel attempted to address that also.
Okay. Councilor Bita?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to say thank you to our staff for all the work that they did on this. I've looked at this. It looks to be a well-written ordinance. Not necessarily perfect, if such a thing is even possible, but it certainly goes a long way. I think I want to remind us all that this came from recommendations with our ACIC group that went through extensive study on this and research to bring this forward. We've had a study session on it. Our staff has done extensive work on writing this up. They're recommending that we go forward with it. I know that there's going to be a few, as always, there's going to be things that we'll have to tweak as we go on down the line. And then we've, of course, got all the what's going on with the legislature, which could change things again when that finally settles out, and who knows what the feds may do with it. So, there's a lot of pieces going on here, but I think it's time for us to move forward, adopt this thing, and then I don't want to delay it anymore. I think it's time for us to act. We've put this we've put this through all the hoops. We've done our due diligence. So I'm going to be voting forward. And from a process standpoint, if we need to take some of the issues that we see that are perhaps need addressing, then I think that needs to be sent back to staff for review and brought back for amendments at some later time. But I don't want to hold off the passing of this any longer.
Madam Clerk?
I just wanted to make a suggestion for an amendment that may help with the cigar issue because there is some contradiction in here. And it was ACIC's intention to include cigars to be licensed. So they are considered a non-cigarette tobacco product. If you look under the definition of cigarettes, that's where we've included cigars. And I think if we simply struck, if you look at that second sentence, the term includes cigars as well as loose tobacco. I think if we just struck cigars as well as, those 4 words, that would solve our issue because cigars is included in the non-cigarette tobacco product definition. Does that make sense?
I agree. That's the easy fix if that's the direction to go in.
Councilor Harrison?
Sorry, just to clear, if we said cigars, would that be clear enough to include cigarillo, what are they called? Cigarillos? Would that be the same definition?
Well, they're included in the non-cigarette tobacco product already. It's just under the definition of cigarette is where we had that contradiction. So if we could just, if I could make a suggestion to remove those 4 words, I think it would cover it.
Thank you. Councilor LeBear?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to make a suggestion to perhaps take a few minutes to write up a potential motion that would have some of the amendments that we think are necessary before proposing a motion, just so we don't get in a situation that we've seen before of kind of ad-libbing law on the dais. Just a suggestion. Thanks.
Well said. We used to have motion forms up here, but I don't see them anymore. Mayor Pro Tem Abel, but how about we go through our questions and then we'll take a quick recess and those can be written up and come back.
Thank you. The heavy lifting has been done by the folks who have brought this issue to us, and we appreciate that very much. I certainly don't want to see this watered down, but this gentleman over here brought up the issue of his rolling tobacco store, I believe, and I think we should address it one way or the other. Does this prohibit such an operation? Mr. Cox?
To be sold or distributed to a consumer, including but not limited to the grounds occupied by a retailer and any store, stand, outlet, location, or structure where non-sales wish.
So, sir, we can address it at the recess. That's okay. Thank you.
So there, as written, it would not allow that to occur.
Well, I think.
How about if it was operated under the restrictions that prevent it from being in the neighborhood of a school? Would that take it out of the realm of this regulation, or?
I think the issue at the moment is just the nature of the
display
structure or the location from which it's being sold. I think clearly, and the 500-foot limitation would apply to anything that's mobile. That would have to be kept away. But I think that's one of the issues is with we're talking about the licensed premises and the location limited to being at least 500 feet. We have a different section that we're looking at up there.
My colleagues just point to Section 506-030 license required, item 2, the last sentence, non-cigarette tobacco product retailing from vehicles is prohibited.
Yes, you're correct. You're a page ahead of me, but yeah, a fixed location is referenced, and then the product retailing from vehicles is prohibited. Now, whether there's a definition of vehicles that could be, I mean, there's room for some flexibility there. I do think there are some issues we'd have to think about with the food trucks. We had to consider where it's appropriate in the rights of way or on private property that those businesses could set up. I think and also proximity to what we call brick and mortar food service establishments, restaurants, that's addressed in our ordinance for food trucks. We might want to think about whether we want these mobile vehicles to be legal locations because they're not attached to a fixed address or something. So there might need to be a little bit more thought put into that before we change what's already in there.
I'm not sure I want to change that, but I think it is something councils should take under consideration. Also, what about the legality of prohibiting a method of operation because it's on wheels? Is that discriminatory?
We don't think so. We went through this with marijuana. We have a restriction on mobile location or mobile sales operations, and it's not a protected class that would cause alarm on the legality of it. And there are certainly ways to distinguish those types of locations from fixed addresses. So I don't think that's a concern. I think it's more a policy decision on whether it's a good idea to have moving stores, as it were.
Thank you. And like I say, I really don't want to have this watered down.
Madam Clerk?
I just wanted to add that one of the reasons that we put that in there was because we don't have any way to track whether they're within that 500 foot of a school or not. And that was really the biggest reason.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, a related factor to that is the enforcement, the inspection aspect. If you don't know where the vehicle is going to be on any given day, it's a little tougher on the clerk's office and the police department to do their compliance checks.
And it might be more difficult for the supervising officer to stay out of sight if you're in the middle of a parking lot than in a standard compliance check.
Councilor Gutwein?
Thank you. First of all, what a journey this has been. Thank you all so much for all of the nights that you've been here and comments. And I also really want to thank the people who own shops that have come in and contributed and participated in the conversation, and also for all the work you've been doing on your own to keep these nicotine products out of the hands of kids. And I recall one of you mentioning, or maybe a bunch of you mentioning, that you wanted to make sure that it's a level playing field so that all the stores are doing the same work that you are doing to prevent this from getting in the hands of kids. So I just really want to thank everyone, and also want to acknowledge that Councilor Johnson, I agree with you. So thank you all very, very, very much. The first time I learned about this was from a mom a couple of years ago who had found one of these things in her kid's backpack, and we had no idea what it was. We're trying to figure out what's in it. What do you do with this? And now I know so much about vaping and cigarettes and all of this stuff. So couple of the comments and questions. Thank you for the clarification that you offered, Margie, about just removing cigars from that initial definition. I think that would solve it, and I think that's very in line with what the ACIC and what we've all been working on from the beginning, to just exempt cigarettes but include cigars in this. I have a question about, I just want to clarify on 5.06.110, this is about enforcement. And I know we talked about this at length about it at the study session, if we want to include a second mandatory check, and council decided that we don't, we want to leave the discretion, and I respect that. But I just want to make sure that the way this is written will that we will still be doing youth decoy checks and underage checks, that it's not just the city clerk checking to make sure there's a license.
In talking to Chief McCaskey, we really are trying to look at at least one inspection for both him and my department on an annual basis. But at the same time, knowing that workloads and the way they are in both of our departments, we asked to have that left open and let us decide on that. And I think you all agreed to that at the study session to let Chief McCaskey decide when that was appropriate.
That makes sense. And I think that is important, especially with the workloads. And yeah, we don't want to get into a situation where we're forced to violate our own ordinance in case the staff. So, but I just wanted to make sure that that was kind of the goal, is that there would be those kind of checks. Awesome. Okay. My next question, and this actually was all brought up, that the, let me go back to this. It's 5.06.120 in section F. So it is non-binding. These are just guidelines. Correct. Okay. And so given that, I also would feel okay with going to the 3-year. I think that would be consistent, and then we have a longer look back period, but everyone will still get their fair day in court. And yeah, okay. Great. Last question is just about the license transfer, which is 5.06.090. And okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate here for a moment. So let's say that I own a store and I've violated enough times that I've lost my license. Then could I just sell it to my spouse or my brother or someone to, get like a loophole to get around that? Or would they have to go through the licensing process and ensure? Is that question making sense? I'm not sure who to ask, Tim or Marky.
Well, there would be a transfer application that they'd have to fill out. They wouldn't be able to put it back in their own name, but they could certainly sell it to their brother. There's nothing to prevent that.
Because in the original ordinance, it was the license itself was non-transferable, and my understanding is that the other cities don't have a transferable license, and so I just want to make sure that we all understand if that is opening up a loophole to get out of that closure, and if we should potentially just go back to the original non-transferable license. So,
Councilor,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mark.
No, I was just going to say that I think, and once again, I'm going back to some of the other licensing that we do, but I think if somebody has, kind of 3 strikes and they're gone, I don't think that we can prevent them from selling their business to someone else.
But wouldn't that person then have to apply for a new license and go through the application, or would they be getting I guess if the license was.
Simply what it does is let them continue for the rest of the year. They would fill out the forms for a transfer of license. Come the new year, they'd have to renew it, that sort of thing. So it's just somebody selling their business mid-license.
Okay.
And we do that with liquor, honestly, not often, but we do it. We do it with liquor stores that have had 3 strikes, and so they want out of the business, so they're able to sell it, to transfer their business to someone else.
And then does the new owner have to apply for the license?
Yes, that's what the transfer application is. It's almost like a new license. It's just simply transferring it, though, to another entity.
Okay, so a license transfer is similar to applying for a new license.
Very similar.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I believe those are all my questions. Thank you.
Councilor Franks?
I am trying to capture the changes, and I just wanted to see, I've got 4 here that we're recommending. Of course, the change that Margie recommended, taking out the 4 words for the cigarette definition. We have the school definition to include the word daycare in there if that's what we want to do. We have the license transfer, changing husband and wife to spouse. And then we've got the, as far as the offenses, changing 1, 2, and 3 all to 3 years. Did I miss anything? Because I'm hoping to help us speed this little guy up.
Yeah, so I have the exemption for display or for self-serve. I was trying to pull it out of 9.38.040 where we define any retail business provided that no person under 18 years of age be allowed. And so this isn't exempting these retailers from the license, but from the display. And for instance, if you own a cigar store, you have a humidor, which is self-service. And there's just no way for these folks. In fact, one of our cigar stores does not sell vapes at all. And you have to be 18 or older. So that's where this is coming from. And I don't know how you would address that to tie it back to our code, because we don't really define it in here.
What we have is in 040C, the prohibition on self-service display. So the current language is no licensee shall provide or permit a self-service display in areas or on premises under the licensee's ownership or control. Right now it's an across the board.
For anybody who has the license.
Anybody.
Right.
But I think it was anticipated that this is in stores that sell a variety of things, and these devices and products were not to be within reach of customers, but they can be displayed, but behind glass or whatever, where they're not accessible to the customers. And you're saying there are stores that are limited to 18 and over for their clientele and sell only tobacco products, so they would not be allowed under this language to display.
Right. That's the conundrum. What do they do with their product under this ordinance? And so whatever that language would be or could be, I mean, we've got to, in my opinion, figure out a way to try to articulate that. And maybe at the recess we can.
I do think you're right that we could add language to this provision to exempt a certain category, but we haven't defined what that category is.
And that's why, again, I was going back to our smoking ordinance, which is 9.38.040, which lays out our definitions of tobacco. I mean, we actually define all this stuff in a different code, ironically. But it goes back to that, and it has all the prohibitions in place other than retail tobacco business, which is defined as well. That no person under 18 years of age be allowed on the premises, and no tobacco business may be located in a liquor licensed premises. So that's different from this with the liquor license, but that one sentence before is what I thought we could try to work in.
Yeah, I guess as you think about it, the prohibition on self-service displays is sort of universal, but it's really aimed at youth, underage access. So there may be the ability to work with that definition and indicate that except for retail tobacco stores or whatever the defined term would be.
So, Councilor,
restricted and don't allow and sell only those products. We may have to work on it there.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Abel, did you want to add to?
Is there anything in here that, or is there a way, if we do that, is there a way to then further strengthen the penalties if they are caught allowing someone under 18 into the store. I mean, if you have a bar and somebody's 18 years old and walks in and buys a drink, the operator can be sanctioned immediately. Is there anything that does that currently with these over 18 and over operations, or do we need to add some teeth to this?
I think it does, because on the ordinance sign on the door, it states nobody under 18 subjected to. So I guess maybe we prohibit it, but is it backed by a penalty?
Those signs never stop me.
Well, I get it. So let's take a recess. Let's do 15 minutes. So we will stop at 10:25 and we'll come back at 10:40. All right, welcome back. I'd like to reconvene the Lakewood City Council meeting of January 28th, 2019 at 10:47 p.m. Welcome back. So are there any other questions or comments before we're not taking the final vote, but we are voting on amendments? Mayor Pro Tem, your light was on. Was that a residual?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to turn to Councilor Franks, who has taken a stab at trying to streamline this process with some amendments.
All right, and we're going to do these one at a time. So first one is, I move to change section 5.06.020, the definition for cigarette to cigarette means any tobacco or nicotine product intended to be burned or heated and smoked, period. The term includes loose tobacco or nicotine products that may be smoked through use of a non-electric pipe or is roll your own, i.e. any tobacco that, because of its appearance, type, packaging, or labeling, is suitable for use and likely to be offered to or purchased by consumers as tobacco for making cigarettes, period.
Okay.
I second.
Motion and a second. Mayor Pro Tem, comment?
Doesn't include snuff and chew.
It says any tobacco that, because of its appearance, type, packaging, or labeling. That kind of does. It's and the only change we contemplated in our earlier discussion was taking out 4 words, people. So, it's like
Do you concur with that, Mr. Cox, that would cover all types of tobacco that you might take nasally or orally or through skin patches?
It's listed under non-cigarette.
See, in the non-cigarette tobacco product definition, we address a broader range. The definition of cigarette, any tobacco or nicotine product intended to be burned or heated and smoked. I think that's the difference. I think a cigarette, the definition involves the heat, whereas non-cigarette tobacco products involve other kinds of tobacco, including the kinds that are not intended to be burned.
As long as they're covered. Thank you.
Okay. Please cast your votes on that particular motion. And that is 10 ayes, 0 nays. Councilor Franks.
I move to change section 5.06.020, the definition for school to. School means any public or private daycare, comma, elementary school, comma, middle school, or high school, period.
I second.
The motion and second. Mr. Cox, is there any comment on that?
I've been thinking about the other places where we have these kinds of age restrictions in place, and the concern is generally for people walking by the businesses being enticed to go in and sample the products. And I know that's how we do it with liquor stores. I'm not sure how daycares fit into that, but that's it's legal, it's enforceable. It's just a question of whether that's part of the policy.
Sure. Thank you. Councilor Johnson.
Actually, that's a fair comment, Tim, because Barb asked me the same thing. But my little 4-year-old granddaughter notices everything, things that I never paid any attention to, she sees. And with that in mind, the kids today are there's more out there that they can see and ask questions about.
You know what, I guess when I was thinking about daycare, I was thinking about infants, toddlers who really aren't aware of their surroundings, but after a certain age of a couple of years, I guess.
Oh, they're up to 5 where
Sure.
she goes.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Or adult daycare in city council chambers, so I couldn't resist. But all right, there's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That passes 10 ayes, 0 nays. Councilor Franks.
I move to change section 5.06.040 regulations, section C, to read self-service displays prohibited, period. No licensee shall provide or permit a self-service display in areas or on premises under the licensee's ownership or control, period. This prohibition does not apply to tobacco businesses and tobacco bars with age restrictions as defined by Chapter 9.38, period.
I second.
Right, there's a motion and a second. And does council have any questions? So that 9 point is pulled out of our code, and so there is already penalties if you are caught in one of these stores, but this does not make it so the displays would have to, you know, I mean, it's a tobacco store inherently, so there's nowhere to hide the tobacco. Councilor Gutwein.
So just to clarify, those stores would still need to get a license. We're just saying that they don't apply to the self-service.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Please cast your votes. Oh.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to know, I was going to ask Councilor Franks if she would add to the end of that, it's 9.38 of the Lakewood Municipal Code.
So amended.
Thank you.
Who seconded that?
I second.
Okay. Please cast your votes. And that passes 9 ayes, 1 nay, the nay being Mayor Pro Tem Abel. Councilor Franks.
I move to change section 5.06.090 license transfer, section C. When a license has been issued to a spouse or to a general or limited partners, the death of the spouse or partner shall not require the surviving spouse or partner to obtain a new license for the remainder of the term of that license. All rights and privileges granted under the original license shall continue in full force and effect as to such survivors for the balance of the license term.
Second.
Any discussion? Please cast your votes. And that passes 10 ayes, 0 nays. Councilor Franks.
I move to change section 5.06.120, section F, numbers 1 through 3 to read 1, for a first offense within a 3-year period, license suspension for 7 days. Number 2, for a second offense within a 3-year period, license suspension for 30 days. Number 3, for a third or subsequent offense within a 3-year period, license revocation.
I second.
Councilor Skilling.
Friendly amendment that it would be a colon instead of a semicolon.
And that is without my glasses. Yes, there are already colons there, so you are good.
All right, please cast your votes. Oh, hold on. There we go. Yep, okay. And that passes 9 ayes, 1 nay, the nay being Paul. Councilor Franks, is that? Okay. So now could I ask for a motion to adopt as amended?
I move for the adoption of ordinance 2019-1 as amended on second and final reading.
I second.
All right. Comments, Councilor Gutwein.
Quickly wanted to address a question that one of the retailers asked me about why we aren't focusing on cigarettes. And I think we've had this conversation a number of times, but just in case anyone's seeing this for the first time, it's because there is a state law that it's called the preemption. So if we make any changes to the cigarettes, we would lose our share back as a city. And so that's why we are exempting cigarettes. That said, this doesn't mean that if you're a a convenience store that a vape shop is going to have to get this license and a convenience store would not. The convenience store, if they're selling vape, would also have to get the license. So it does create a level playing field, and everyone would have to get the license as long as they're selling things above and beyond cigarettes. And finally, I just really want to thank everybody so much. I'm really excited and proud of this important step that we're going to take for our kids. And I think we're really going to do a lot to keep them healthy and save lives. And thank you.
Councilor LeBeer.
It's getting late, so I'll make this brief. I just want to thank Councilors Gutwine, Mayor Paul, Councilor Frank, Skilling, Abel, and everybody that helped really clarify this ordinance and make all the amendments and did the heavy lifting on that. So thank you.
I would just echo that, and I certainly want to give a big shout out to the LAC, the Lakewood Advisory Commission. But when they were the ACIC, they brought forth these recommendations. But this was fantastic, and we had great leadership from all different kinds. And I certainly want to echo Councilor Gutwine worked very hard on this, and we actually had a few fights about it. So, well done. Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any other discussions? Please cast your votes. And that passes 10 ayes, 0 nays. Congratulations.
That's the third fight.
Okay. I don't All right, anything under general business?
Nothing.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Go ahead and adjourn too.
Councilor Beta.
One thing I want to mention, you know, we heard a lot of testimony tonight about this situation with Big Sky in that district, and I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I know it's not going to be a clear-cut thing, but I will tell you this: if I don't know at this point if what that Big Sky wants to do is permitted or not, I don't know. And I think we need to get to the bottom of that. Is it permitted or not legally? Whatever that's going to take. Discussions with our legal counsel, perhaps discussion with the community. But in my mind, that's only half of the equation. The other half is, if it does allow them to do it, I don't think it should. And we need to understand and find out how it happened that it does allow that, so that in the future we can keep that from happening. And the reason I say that is because I do think we create these districts. It's our responsibility to make sure that they're done in a way that we maintain some kind of control over what they're doing. And if we are creating something that basically is allowing them to have carte blanche going forward with who they serve and what they serve, and then pretty much do what they want, that's not going to be acceptable to me. And we may not want to look at our processes to keep that from happening again. So I don't want to go any farther on it tonight, but I think we're going to have to address it somewhere down the road.
Just to reiterate, and we talked about this at the retreat, there are some proposed rules or avenues that city council can go through. And the challenge with special districts, and I think they can be quite confusing, but they're also an animal of the state, Article 32 of the United States, or the Colorado Constitution, which I think begs to say maybe the state needs to hear from not only these folks, but if council wants to look at special district law, because they are granted, in many instances, a lot of leeway as a separate governmental agency. Mr. Cox?
Just very briefly, thank you for your comments, Councilor Beta. We are scheduled to have a confidential executive session discussion, so there'll be an opportunity for frank discussion and reminder of some of the things that we've passed along to you already. I did just want to mention, because several of the people who spoke tonight hit on the discrepancy that keeps coming up in this situation. That's the difference between expanding the boundaries of a district versus service outside the boundaries of a district. Two very different things, regulated differently and with different consequences. So we'll get into that next week, but thank you.
And I would just clarify too, there was a question asked about the authority given Mr. Cox. That was given by this council to Mr. Cox to dig into and find some answers to questions that had been received. And there was a request from Green Mountain Water that actually came to me through their district manager for that finished piece of work that was sent to her. So that's how that came about, and that was directed by this body for Tim to do that research. So mayor and city council reports. We had a retreat and it was cool, and we talked about a lot of stuff, and for somebody who was here earlier, one of our topics is water. So there are a lot of great things and a lot of good conversation, and we're going to come back in a little while and kind of encapsulate kind of those priorities of what we talked about, where this council wants to go. We got a full docket for the next few meetings, so bear with us on that, but I appreciate everybody's time and learned a lot from other people and learned a lot about how different people learn or perceive things, which was very helpful. As you can see, we're off and rolling for Lakewood's 50th. A lot of great opportunities to weigh in. I'm seeing new things pop up. And if you happen to know the first name of the city of Lakewood and you email me, I'll send you something special. But through that, I put that in my column and looking at Lakewood, and about 40 people read it, I think, because I've heard from about 40 people. But most of them have had pretty good answers. But I'm getting to hear a lot of cool stuff about our city. And folks that worked with our original mayor, Jim Ritchie, and one was Jim Ritchie and Ben Green. They were pictured on the front page of the Denver Post. And as you know, it was the largest incorporation at the time. Heard from the city's first employee. She reached out, and that was pretty cool. And then had a trivia question of who received the first City of Lakewood police ticket, and that was Councilman Brown for turning right on a red light on his way from the council meeting that commissioned the police force to start patrolling. So serve and protect. They've been the gold standard from the start. We know who's in charge. I think that's it. We only went about an hour and 25 minutes over. Mayor Pro Tem Abel?
That hour and 25 minutes was some very instructive public comment, and I'm glad the community came out to speak in favor of this ordinance and how they feel about their neighborhood in Rooney Valley. And I will leave it up to my council partner, Councilwoman Johnson, to promo our Ward 1 meeting coming up Saturday.
Great. Councilor Harrison.
I really think that we did some good work here tonight, Council, so I want to tell you all thank you. That was, I think we did some really good things.
Councilor Franks.
Well, the emails are already coming in with maybe everything we didn't do perfectly tonight, but I do think we did some amazing things. And like everything, these are living things, so we will learn from it. We will try to understand how these rules are getting the results we want, and they can always be revisited. Just know that, this is a huge step forward, and again, we'll all be kind of monitoring it to see if it's getting the results we need, and course correct if we need to.
Councilor Johnson, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two items that I want to bring to your attention. The first one is this coming Saturday is the Ward 1 meeting at 9:30 at Good Shepherd at 9th and Kipling. We are going to be having one of the sheriff commanders come. He's going to be coming and talking about the increase of crime in Jefferson County, and also start to delve into the uncomfortable issue of homelessness. There should be good discussion. Please come. This is our opportunity. When I say our, I mean Charlie's and mine, to actually hear from the people, to know what's on your mind. There's always a lot of time for open mic afterwards. And then the second thing is something that is very important. On February the 7th at 7 o'clock at night, and you're all invited, and I hope that all of you are getting this out and within your own networks. The city's going to be screening the movie Chasing the Dragon. It's a throwback on the opium wars in China and Great Britain, and that's how they got that title. Unfortunately, it's one of those other topics that are kind of difficult to talk about, but it's on opioid addiction. It will be at 7 o'clock here in our city council chambers at 7 o'clock at night on the 7th. Following the movie, it'll last about 45 minutes. There will be a panel to kind of give upfront information of what the face of opioid addiction actually looks like in Lakewood and Jeff County and frankly in our state. Dr. Johnson from the Health Department will be there. We will have a commander from the Lakewood Police Department. Sheriff Schrader will be there. Our own Fire Chief Lombardi will be there. And then there's going to be a woman who has personally dealt with addictions. I believe it's her nephew, and I'm not sure he survived. So the discussion will be honest and sincere and caring regarding this extremely difficult situation that we are increasingly dealing with here in Lakewood. So please come February 7th at 7 o'clock here in our council chambers. It is open to the entire city. All of the city councilors have been invited. Thank you.
You, Councilor Bita.
No report.
Councilor Vincent.
And of course, there's always two things on the one night, because February 7th is also the night that we're having the specialist that the Iber in Morris Park brought in on organic lawns, how to go from one to the other. And that's also at 7 o'clock at 950 Kipling.
Thank you.
You can have your choice.
Councilor LeBeer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to mention that I was on my first call with the National League of Cities today for our Finance Committee, and we were talking a lot about bonds and tax exemptions and opportunity zones. So I think if any of you have interest in things related to the federal government and the sort of finance world, please feel free to send your questions. We have a lobbyist who is leaning on our questions to help develop policy. So please feel free to send those to me. And I also just want to thank my colleagues and also our citizen members of the Budget and Audit Committee. I'm honored to be the first chair of that committee, and looking forward to a challenging and fun year. So thank you.
Councilor Skilling.
I would like to echo thank you for all of the public coming out tonight and bearing with us. Also, a thank you to the staff that helped us with our planning session on Saturday. We all greatly appreciated it. Yeah. And also a thank you, as we were reminded at that session, a thank you to all the maintenance crews and all the folks who were out this morning. I was one of the many drivers that took a long time to get into Denver. And so thank you to all those guys. We always give a shout out, rightfully so, to our PDs, but then there's also all the plows that are out there probably still now working. So thank you to all of them. And then lastly, I mentioned earlier, in case those that didn't hear it, Councilor Roy Ball is doing great. And I want to thank him because he showed a lot of his heart and his dedication. He came here when he shouldn't have, probably, but he really wanted to be here and he really wanted to do what he does best. And so I thank him for doing that. If he's watching, he's probably, hopefully sleeping, but better be. But thank you to him for trying and for his dedication.
Councilor Gutwein.
Ditto to all of that. And also, this February, usually we have our Ward 5 meeting on the first Saturday of the month. However, month, we will be having it on the second Saturday. So we will have it on February 9th, same place, same time, 9 a.m., Bear Valley Church. And our topic is a nice light topic for a change. And we're going to be talking about beekeeping and urban agriculture. Councilor Abel, you are welcome to come and talk about capons. So thank you, and hope to see all of you out there. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, Mr. Cox, Ms. Hodson. All right, we'll adjourn at 11:12. Agent Kimmy, thanks for hanging out, keeping us safe. We'll see you.